It's Members, before I gavel us to order, I just want to make an announcement that Monday the 24th will be the official photo for the Senate. The photographer here is taking photos today just to kind of ensure the lighting. One thing I would ask you to consider is the items you may want on your desk. And those of you who were part of the original photo, remember that President Bill Cadman asked us to order them clean. And I think it would be great if several of you have tokens or mementums or papers or whatever you want captured in that photo to exist. So be mindful in thinking of that. With that, the Senate is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Bridges. Sorry. Buckner. Coleman. Coram. Danielson. Donovan. Donovan. Here she comes. Finberg. Fields. Gardner. Janal. Gonzalez. Gonzalez.
Absent.
Hanson. Heisey. Holbert. Hawkins Lewis. Kirkmeyer. Colker. Lee. Liston. Lundin. Moreno. Pedersen. Priola. Rankin. Rodriguez. Rodriguez.
Absent.
Scott. Simpson. Smallwood. Sonnenberg.
Good morning, Dave.
Story. Winter. Woodward. Zenzinger. Gonzalez. It's just Rodriguez. I don't see him.
Call him again.
Rodriguez.
Mr. President.
Yeah. Mr. President.
I smell a fine.
Rodriguez. Mr. President.
Here. The morning roll call is 35 present, 0 absent, and 0 excused. We have a quorum. Would the good senator from Colorado Springs please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Gladly. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everybody. I move that the reading of the Journal of Friday, May 14th, 2021 be dispensed with and that the journal be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes having the motion is adopted. Senate Services.
May 17th, correctly printed Senate Bill 272 and 273, SJR 24, correctly engrossed Senate Bills 260, 265, 268, SJR 22 and 23, correctly revised House Bills 1247, 1272, correctly enrolled Senate Bill 101.
Third reading of bill's final passage, third reading of bill's final passage consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the title of the bill listed on the consent calendar?
Senate Bill 265 by Senator Zenzinger and Rankin, Representative McCluskey, concerning a transfer from the General Fund to the State Highway Fund.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of the one bill on the third reading of bill's consent calendar, which includes Senate Bill 265.
Is there any discussion on the bill listed on the consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion is that adoption of that bill. Are there any no votes on Senate Bill 265? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 265 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senators Moreno, Kirkmeyer, Donovan, Janal, Pedersen, Winter, Scott, Simpson, Sonnenberg, Heisey, Woodward, Minority Leader, Lundin, Gardner, Liston, Danielson, Priola, Coram, Smallwood, Story, Lee, Buckner, Bridges. Please add the president. Third reading of bill's final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1164?
House Bill 1164 by Representatives Escar and Garnett and Senators Zenzing and Fenberg concerning reductions to property tax credits applied to school districts' total program mill levies for purposes of funding the Public School Finance Act of 1994.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1164 lay over until May 20th.
The motion is that House Bill 1164 lay over until 5/20/21. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed no. The ayes have it. And House Bill 1164 will lay over until 5/20/21 and retain its place on the calendar. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 260?
Senate Bill 260 by Senators Fenberg and Winter and Representative Garnett and Gray concerning the sustainability of the transportation system in Colorado in connection with creating new sources of dedicated funding and new state enterprises to preserve, improve, and expand existing transportation infrastructure, develop the modernized infrastructure needed to adopt the widespread adoption of electric motor vehicles, and mitigate environmental and health impacts of transportation system use, expanding authority for regional transportation improvements, and making an appropriation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 260 and ask permission to run a third reading amendment.
Would the good Majority Leader please tell this esteemed body why we should allow you and the good Senator from Westminster to offer a third reading amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a long amendment, 1 1/4 page, and it is because the numbering and lettering got a little bit mixed up with one of the amendments we ran on seconds, and it's just cleaning up the numbering.
The question before the body is to allow the two senators permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed no. The ayes have it and permission is granted. Will the clerk please read? There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L088?
Amendment L088 to Senate
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L088.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. As mentioned, this simply moves numbers and letters, I think, down a series because of a mistake in one of the amendments.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L088. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, that amendment is adopted. To the bill. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members, for your consideration of this bill. We have been waiting decades to make sure that we have sustainability in our transportation system. We see it every day in our roads and bridges that are falling apart, as we drive over potholes and have to repair our cars, as we sit in traffic, as we don't have multimodal choices throughout the state. We're falling behind. It's impacting our economy. It's impacting our quality of life. And this is the best way that we can set up a sustainable funding source into the future. Now, this doesn't solve everything we need to solve in the transportation system, but it's a significant step forward. And while the majority of the funds in this go to the maintenance, repair, and expansion of roads and bridges and tunnels, there is indeed a climate aspect to what we are working on. And that's because transportation is our #1 carbon emitter. And we know that climate change is an existential threat in this state. We have to do everything we can to meet our carbon reduction goals. And that means electrification, it means commuter choice, it means making sure that it's easier to buy an electric vehicle. And so we are future-proofing both the funding, the maintenance, and also addressing the climate issues that are intrinsically tied to the transportation system. And I encourage a yes vote.
Is there further discussion? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I echo everything my co-prime said. This is not a perfect bill, but it is a compromised and negotiated bill that, generally speaking, the business community supports, that mayors and local governments from all over our state support. This is something that is going to touch each and every Coloradan, that is going to improve transportation for each and every city and county across Colorado. Is it a long-term solution that means that we will never have to debate this issue again here in the legislature? No, of course not. But I do think it solves our priority issues for the next decade or so. And there's going to be a lot of conversations that continue to happen. We built into this bill moments to reassess to make sure the fees, the revenues, the division of the resources that are going to be generated from this bill, that they're going to the right place. And to do that assessment if and when additional federal funds come to the state of Colorado. I think this is a smart approach. It's one that includes so many different diverse stakeholders. And every Coloradan is asking us to solve this problem. Is this the way each and every one of us would solve it? No, of course not. But this does move the ball down the field in a very significant way and fixes some of the structural problems that have gotten us to where we are today. As my co-prime here said, the majority of the funding generated over the next 10 years from this bill does go to roads, bridges, tunnels, good old-fashioned transportation stuff. And there are other aspects of this bill that go towards things that are more modern and more forward-looking, like electrification. I think that's right. I think that's the right approach. We know there are structural pieces of our transportation system that need additional maintenance and resources. And that's what this bill does, while also putting us on track to think about the future of our transportation system for the future of Colorado. And I urge an aye vote.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise in support of Senate Bill 260. I just want to thank all the folks who've worked so hard, the sponsors and the stakeholders, for months and months and months with the number of meetings. And I know it's not a perfect bill, and I think when both sides are a little happy and a little upset that it's coming close to hitting the mark. I don't even know how I got on this rabbit hole this weekend, but I ended up doing some research, refreshed my memory on the Erie Canal, the building of it and how long it lasted and so on and so forth. And in its day, it was a controversial modernization of transportation in upstate New York. But what it did is it cut the cost of moving goods by 95%. And it made the port of New York City the best port in the North America. So I'm excited about this bill in that not only will it move more money towards roads, bridges, and tunnels, but I'm hopeful that, maybe in 5 or 10 years I'll be able to see the mountains from the neck of the woods I grew up like I remember 40 years ago. Thank you.
Senator Scott, followed by Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. Good to see you. That was supposed to get like a response. It's good to see you too. That's better. That's better. Is that a fine? No, I don't think that's a fine. Well, here we are. Here we are. Here's the monster. 200 pages gives us a lot to talk about. Try not to talk about every single page, but there's a lot in every page that's there. A lot of concerns. My colleagues on the ruling party side have drawn together a bill that does do a lot of things, tremendous amount of things in 200 pages. It primarily goes after their goals, which we understand. We understand that completely. And they're not terrible goals by any means. Everybody wants clean air. Everybody wants clean water. Everybody wants to protect our environment. We all understand that. And those are great goals to have, and thank you for doing that. I guess from the minority party side, our concern is it enough? Is it really enough to address the needs we've had for 2, maybe 3 decades now? There's been multiple actions. There's been things on the ballot to try to fund roads and bridges. And we keep saying that over and over again, roads and bridges. Because that's what Coloradoans want, are the roads and the bridges fixed. Now, yes, your goals are different than ours. We understand that. That there's more concern for the environment and how we get there, and the less use of roads and bridges is better for what you believe. We understand that. But is that really where we're at? When I drive I-70, as millions of other people do every year, and try to get back to my home in Mesa County, I get to drive through all the areas where people want to recreate, whether it be skiing, camping, fishing, whatever they might want to do. So I get to see it up close and personal, along with my other colleagues that travel the same road every weekend and every week that we come back and forth. And those people, those millions of people, their first thought is to get to where they want to go, not how they get there, not what might be happening with the automobile they're driving. They're just trying to get there because they want to have fun with their family and enjoy Colorado's public lands, which I hope all of you did this weekend. I did. Had a little fun out there, which I'll probably be getting a citation for in the mail. But that's the important part that I think about when I think about my constituents, is what they want is nice travel. They want to be able to get from point A to point B. They're not focused on the politics by any means of what we do. There would be some that argue that this group of folks on this side of the aisle don't care about electric vehicles. Sure we do. Dealers that I know sell them. I think they're pretty cool. But I want the right and the ability to purchase one should I want one, and I don't want to be told that's what I have to do. I don't want to be mandated anything. And clearly within this bill, there's a lot of mandates in here. Masked a little bit, but they're mandates nonetheless. They're telling us how to live our lives and what changes we as a legislative body are going to force upon the citizens of Colorado. Last I checked, most people in this state don't want to be told what to do. And I think we're going to find that pushback is going to be strong on this bill. I won't be surprised if there's not something on the ballot, which is unfortunate, but it may have to happen. Because again, we're missing the target here, where we really need to put dollars. And have we explored all the opportunities? I don't think we have. I don't think we have. I think we should have come together much differently as a body, had deeper discussions, but I kind of get it. You didn't have to. This side really didn't have to. You can say you did, but you didn't have to, and we understand that. So just because you can doesn't mean you should. But that's just the way it works in this body. We understand that. There's other options out there. As you all know, I've talked a lot about efficiencies within CDOT that I believe still can, and I'll still continue to work on those things, bring hundreds of millions of dollars back to play for roads and bridges. Because we're not doing procurement properly in a lot of cases. We could do a lot more technical changes to the processes that we use, and there's savings within that. And there's also things that have been going on outside this building that are fascinating. The Northwest Parkway, Highway 36. Those are PPPs, or P3s as we call them, public-private partnerships. Some folks didn't like those. I'm not crazy about them, but they work. They do work. And we're not taking government money, we're not taking taxpayers' money to make those things work. We're using outside funding. Most recently, this year and last year, a group proposed to purchase E470 for $9 billion, with a B. $9 billion. Now, what would that have done? That would have paid off every dime of debt from the south side of E470 to the north side. There have been zero debt. Every one of those cities and counties along that route would have been made whole. Plus, on top of that, every project that they wanted to do along E470 would have been paid for. More off-ramps, more improvements, all would have been paid for. And at the end of the day, there was still $4 billion remaining, which would have gone where? CDOT, the agency that will be building highways and roads and bridges and infrastructure that we need. Now, by doing something like that, we leave the taxpayer alone. We wouldn't have a 200-page bill. But we also wouldn't have what I know that you wanted, was the environmental pieces that were in this bill. We get that. But the focus from Coloradoans is highways. That's what they want. And a lot of it is just maintenance. It's not what a lot of people perceive. Like we're going to go out and build 27 new bridges over I-25. That's not going to happen. Not going to happen. Maintenance is a fairly simple thing in the world of civil construction. And that's what we need statewide. Everybody in this room has driven a road somewhere in the state of Colorado and said, wow, this is a roller coaster. Well, that's the problem. So then you have to start deciding just how much of this funding is going to get there and when it's going to get there. Now, I heard a lot of debate last week. We say one thing, you say something else, but the numbers don't lie. It's pretty obvious that 2024 looks like probably the year somewhere in the name of $20 million will hit where we want it to go. And then we have to wait for more fees to be collected to have more money in the pot. So we've heard a lot of discussion about kick the can down the road. I'm afraid we're kicking the can a little far down the road here, folks, whether we like it or not. But that's the nature of the beast of how legislation works and how this bill will work. It's just the way it is. Now, I'm sure my colleagues will come back down and say, no, he's wrong. I'm used to that. But the one thing I've learned is when I want to know where the dollars for a road go and how that happens, is I don't talk to legislators. I, quite frankly, don't talk to CDOT. I talk to the people that do the work, the people that build the roads and bridges. Talked with several of them over the weekend. They said, how much are we going to get? What's kind of happening here? So I kind of went through the numbers briefly, and the response was, well, that's nothing, but we're used to that. 2 decades, we're used to that. 100 million here, 200 million there, $1 billion, which sounds like a lot of money, but it's not. Not in the world of civil construction, it's not. So unfortunately, we have a bill here that does a whole lot of stuff for the environment and not a whole lot for the roads and bridges. And people will recognize that. It'll take a little time, but they'll see those projects aren't happening. They'll see there'll be a lot of rhetoric in the newspapers, and we'll have a lot of good spin that says, oh my gosh, we're working on it, we're going to get this fixed, that fixed, it's going to happen. Most of us will be out of office and long gone. A whole nother group of people will be sitting here going, what did those people do?
Would the good senator from Grand Junction like to be extended to your next 10 minutes?
Absolutely, Mr. President, thank you.
Continue, Senator.
So, where does that leave us? We're not going to do private-public partnerships. We're not going to get roads and bridge money for multiple years down the trail. So yes, we have kicked the can down the road, unfortunately. But we are going to fund a lot of other things. We're going to make darn sure we have those enterprises. What was it, 4? I think maybe 5-ish. We're going to make sure we don't go to the people and ask for permission. That's unfortunate. We had Senate Bill 1 ready to go. 35-0 in this very chamber. 35-0. Twice. That's bipartisan. That's how we get things done. That's the way we should do things. As I said before, just because you can doesn't mean you should. That way is the way you should, is to make sure we're all, to the best of our ability, on board. And we would have been had this been a road and bridge bill. But colleagues, it's just not. We can spin it any way we want to, but it's just not there. The good senator for Garbondale came down and talked for quite some time about some very, very creative financing. I know that he and the good senator from Commerce City were working on some general ideas that I think have a lot of traction. I think we could have really done something with that, but we would have had to stop this bill for a while, take a look at it, and that's just not going to happen. We all know what the vote will be today. We all know the governor will sign whatever action comes out of this body. And we don't have another chance. We just don't. And that's unfortunate. But some will claim victory here today based on environmental justice or whatever phrase, social inequities or whatever you want to call it. But what have we really done to all the citizens of Colorado? What have we done? We haven't solved the problem that they told us to come here and solve. We just haven't. And it'll take a while, as I said before, for this to ease its way out into the general public to where they really understand it. Maybe next year. I used to tell people that all the time in this chamber. I'd always hold up a sign that said, maybe next year, because that's kind of where we're stuck most of the time. Members, I certainly hope that we have further discussions. This year's too late, obviously. But maybe next year we can come together and have another discussion as we kind of see what this bill looks like and what it's really going to do. But unfortunately, there's a lot of folks out there ready to build those roads and bridges we need, but they're not going to have the funding to do it. Unless, of course, the federal government kicks in some massive infrastructure program, which frankly most states are waiting to see. Around the United States, 170 bills have been introduced for highway funding. 170 in 50 states. Not one of those, as of Friday, has passed any legislature in the country. Why? They want to see what the federal dollars look like. They really want to see. They know we have the recovery money that's almost here, but then there's discussions in the U.S. Congress about a second round of infrastructure spending. They want to sit back and wait. Even the states that have been touted here as being the ones that have raised their gas tax or done something else. But we're not going to wait. We're going to plow ahead. Some would say that's called being leaders. Some would say that's called being foolish. I guess time will tell. We will find out in the near future. Colleagues, everybody did a great job on the debate. Great job discussing things in committees. But I'm here to say that I will be a no vote. And I find it unfortunate we weren't able to actually sit down and have real discussions and cover every single aspect of transportation and try to figure it out. One more thing before I get away from the mic. Back in, I believe I'm going to go with about end of July, the governor was in my district, and I asked for about a 20-minute private meeting. So I won't say what everything was discussed because it was a private meeting. But we had a great conversation. One of the things I will say is that I asked him if he would do a summit with members from your side and members from our side and have a very in-depth discussion about transportation and funding. He thought it was a great idea. Apparently somebody else didn't. I don't know who it was, I have no idea. But we never had that opportunity. We'd actually discussed beers and brats and sitting around a fire up in Breckenridge someplace, and no press, sorry press, but have some heads come together and bang around ideas. So somewhere either in this building or on the first floor or at CDOT, somebody put a stop to that meeting. I think that would have been a great way to get a good start coming into this legislative session. I'm very sad that that didn't take place, because we probably would have come up with some very good ideas and bridged a very large gap between our two sides. With that, thank you so much for your time, and away we go. Let's get to the vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
He never follows my lead.
Gracias, Presidente. Colleagues, I stand before you all here at a crossroads. First, my own crossroads. I grew up on dusty ranch roads where we had to drive 10 miles just to hit asphalt, and then another 20 miles before we hit town. A generation ago, my grandpa Zeke proudly served as a foreman, grading dirt roads down in Pass Creek in Gardner, Colorado. And those roads served as a lifeline for those country folks to get to work, to school, or to town. I carried that perspective with me as I now represent my district, North, West, and downtown Denver, the heartbeat of our state. I live biking distance from all three major league stadiums. My district is both old school Northsiders and Yimbys, people who are sick and tired of the traffic jams, and people who are transit dependent. My community enjoys both incessant traffic jams and light rail, bike paths, union stations, and the intersection of both I-25 and I-70. My Senate district is comprised of the haves and the have-nots, the titans of industry and the people who have fallen through the cracks. And like I said a moment ago, we find ourselves at a crossroads, both figuratively and quite literally. My community remembers that it hasn't always been this way. I represent Globeville and Elyria-Swansea, neighborhoods which were first bisected in the 1960s when the interstate was first built. That disruption and the ensuing traffic resulted in 80216 being the most polluted zip code, not just in Colorado, but in the country. Those same neighborhoods are now being disrupted for the second time in a century, thanks to the Central 70 project, a massive highway expansion that will further divide community. My constituents know exactly what increased capacity means. The people I represent know exactly about induced demand. My friends and neighbors who suffer from asthma know that the imposition of the I-70 expansion a generation ago destroyed the health and well-being of thousands of people against their will. We know that we cannot and we never will be able to build our way out of congestion. And we know that CDOT has failed again and again to meaningfully consider and engage with impacted communities. Because when my community raised questions, CDOT invited them to sue. And that's exactly what my community did. More lanes on roads means increased greenhouse gas emissions, actively contributing to an increasingly perilous climate. More lanes means more cars, means more pollution, which will clog our lungs and poison our children. And it's for those reasons I started off as a no on Senate Bill 260. Because there was too little attention paid to the ways in which environmental and health disparities could impact disproportionately impacted communities. I stand here today, colleagues, and I appreciate the sponsor's willingness to hear those critiques, to actively engage, and to work with me and other colleagues on 2 amendments to make those protections stronger. As a result of the amendments made to Senate Bill 260, CDOT will be required to implement modeling for air pollutant impacts. We'll have to plan for and implement continuous monitoring. And we'll also have to plan for and address emissions levels on construction projects prior to exceedances. In other words, not only is what is CDOT's plan for when the air becomes harmful, but it's also what is CDOT's plan for when the air looks like it may approach a harmful level to community. This bill forces CDOT to take particular care to focus on disproportionately impacted communities. Poor people, people who live a couple hundred feet from a highway. Folks in my district, and it's probably folks in y'all's districts too. I will say that regardless of whether Senate Bill 260 passes or fails, CDOT still has a lot of work to do to rebuild trust in community. So let me tell you about one final crossroads. Cars versus multimodal transit. There is a lot of good in this bill that encourages electrification of vehicles. But colleagues, let's be honest. A traffic jam is a traffic jam, and it doesn't matter whether your car is a gas guzzler or a Volt. Colorado needs to do more to shift to multimodal transportation, including trains, buses, light rail, walkability, and biking. Senate Bill 260 takes some first steps towards making multimodal transportation more of a reality, but there's still a lot of work to do. On our best days, what we do under this dome paves the way for Coloradans in every corner of our state to find a better future. And we do it while correcting and atoning for the failures of our predecessors in this very room. Colleagues, we spend hours in this building debating and crafting the policies that can mean, quite literally, the difference between life and death for residents of our state. We hold the past and the future in this moment. And with that, the responsibility to acknowledge the failures of yesterday while also boldly outlining visions for tomorrow. On our best days, we do that in concerts with the needs of Coloradans. On our best days, we debate passionately about policy because it impacts real people. And so with that, colleagues, today I stand before you to ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 260 as amended. The bill's not perfect, but we are at a crossroads. Senate Bill 260, as amended, is a step down the right path. I ask that you support this amended bill to make historic investments in our transportation system, to hold CDOT accountable, and to protect our most impacted communities.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tem. There's very little argument with the
Senator Rankin.
just made from
Senator Rankin.
Yeah, I do. Can we do that?
Let's switch you.
All right.
Senator Rankin, let's we're going to switch out the orders so that you can go to your 11 o'clock. And so Senator Sonnenberg, please go ahead.
Well, thank you.
And then we won't count that as Senator Rankin's.
I would very much regret the bill signing for the long bill.
All right, Senator Sonnenberg, please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Madam President. And let me say I hate given this type of speech or talk remotely, as you know as well as I do, that it's important that we see the actual pain and reaction on people's faces when we have those conversations in person. But there's two acts or two aspects of this bill that are concerning to me. and concerning to us in rural Colorado. I can tell you rural Colorado will pay more, and we receive less. For example, I'm a small farmer and rancher. I have 6 pickups. You guys in town call them trucks. 4 of them are diesel. I have 2 trucks that weigh under 16,000 pounds. And then I have 5 diesel full-size trucks that, they use highway fuel. They're semis. They will pay a huge amount of this tax or fee that you're asking for as part of this bill. I use about 21,000 gallons of fuel a year. And granted, there's a portion of that that is farm use fuel. But there is a huge portion of that that goes towards gas vehicles, and the vast majority to my trucks that pay highway fuel tax.
We'll pause his time. The Senate will stand in a brief recess. The Senate will come back to order. While Senator Sonnenberg is getting his internet rebooted, we'll go to Senator Quorum and we'll reserve Senator Sonnenberg's time in his third reading. Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam President. It's great to be here today, having the opportunity to drive over our Colorado highways. I actually get to see a different route because my road is actually closed for 19 hours a day for 5 days a week for maybe up to 2 years, but that has not a lot to do with what we're talking about here today. I want to address what could have, should have happened to get my support on this bill. We have the opportunity on an amendment to, I think, bring a lot of my side of the aisle in, because frankly, as the good senator from Sterling said, there's not a lot of trust in rural Colorado, and we actually pay more than our fair share. So what you have to remember is all the food and fiber basically that you consume, everything you consume, basically is trucked into Denver and the surrounding areas from rural Colorado. I think what we're doing is going to be very expensive for rural Colorado because of the increased cost of transportation. We're in the farm community right now. We're working on $2021 trying to put a crop in the ground and coax a living out of the earth. Our commodities are at 1984. How much longer can we keep putting our foot on the neck of farmers and ranchers and the people that are producing our natural resources and expect them to stay around? Frankly, they're not going to. And what you're going to see when you take your Sunday drive out in the beautiful farmland of Colorado, you're going to be looking at a barren desert. Because when a farm is in trouble, the first thing they do is they start selling equipment. The second thing they do is to start selling land. The third thing they do is start selling water. And that's something that is very concerning to me because water now is traded, futures are traded on Wall Street. Call it what you want, but we have speculation going on water in Colorado today. This will help expedite that. So the reason that we don't trust it is, as I said, we've never received our fair share. So I introduced an amendment that said that 15 RTAs, if each regional transportation authority was guaranteed 5% of the transportation dollars, I guarantee you we would be all in, giving the discretion of only 25% to CDOT. That was rejected. I also am very concerned that we're heading in a direction, we're talking about electric vehicles and electric Class 8 trucks. Let me tell you a real life story that happened in California last year. A friend of mine runs a large ranch in Northern California. Their summer pasture is in Oregon. So when it comes time to get trucks to move cattle, 61 loads to be exact, from Northern California to Oregon, the trucks came from Arkansas. Did you hear that? The trucks came from Arkansas to move cattle from Northern California to summer pasture in Oregon. So in the bill, we're talking about everything we do in this building, we're talking about going electric. Class 8 trucks, replacing all Class 8 trucks. There's 3.8 million trucks on the road today. Tesla is saying that they can produce them for 150,000. Kenworth is actually taking, I think Volvo are taking orders, but the price is averaging close to 200,000. So if you take 3.8 million trucks and put that in, that's about $570 billion. If you take the other trucks, it's considerably higher. But the thing that you're not figuring, and nobody's talking about, is payload. So the battery system, and I believe it will get better, but the battery system, and Tesla's saying that they can produce a truck for 200,000 that will have a range of 300 miles. That's my drive home. So there are hours of limit on these trucks. So a truck that's going to go from Denver back to my district, it's about 6-hour drive, 6 to 7 hours. They can get loaded, they can go over and they can get loaded, and they can charge up. Maybe they have to charge before they get there because it's a little over 300 miles. It's certainly more to 300 miles to the southern end of my district and Durango and Cortez. So they are definitely going to stop and charge. They're going to spend time there. And all of a sudden, you know, they're out of hours. So they need to take their 10-hour break. So then they come back. Guess what? Got to stop again, charge. So the fact that they're out, they can't take that break. They've got to take that break again. So what a normal Denver run is a day could very easily turn into 3 days. The batteries, we haven't talked about that. We mentioned payload. The battery is a third of the weight, the pay weight of the truck. So we're going 45,000 payload. Drop that back by a third. So we're 30,000. So simple math tells you that you're going to have to put a third more trucks on the road. Is this the direction that we're really taking and going all in? And frankly, the math doesn't work. So you're going to be mandating something that the trucking industry cannot afford. The consumer cannot afford to pay the rate. And that low-income worker that we're so passionate about protecting here, we're going to cost them a great deal more. The cost of living in Colorado will continue to rise. And if we want to follow the California model, all you got to wait is a couple of years. Because in 2025, California is mandating electric trucks. So our truckers that are in Denver, Colorado, going out to the Imperial Valley to pick up produce will not be going to California. There'll be a staging area, Nevada, Arizona, but your produce that you're so proud of being able to get year-round is going to cost you a great deal more. All your agricultural commodities are going to cost a great deal more. The other thing I would like to say, my people in my district, those that are absolutely adamant that we need to put better roads, saying we deserve the right. We passed Senate Amendment 117 saying that we, the people, decide when and how taxes are raised. And this, to me, is an end around that vote. So wish I could be there. Too many negatives here. I think the great senator from Carbondale had a great idea. We have the opportunity to do this without raising fees, without raising taxes, and using federal money. My question to you, what is the rush? What does a couple of weeks make? We're not, we have time. We can pass a bill in 3 days. We've done it. Why
Senator
the rush?
Coram, would you like to go into your second 10 minutes?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Please feel free to wrap up. Senator Sonnenberg, we can go back to you now. You had about 8 minutes left on your first 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President, and hopefully this rural broadband won't fail me again. That's the unfortunate part of living in rural Colorado, I guess. And I don't know how much you heard or where you actually lost me, but I'm going to recap by saying that I'm an average guy out here. I'm actually smaller than average. I run about 6 pickups, 4 of them are diesel. I have 2 trucks that fit under the category of under 16,000 pounds. And then I have 5 full-size diesel trucks, which are semis. I buy about 21,000 gallon of fuel a year. Now, granted, there's a large portion of that that is farm use fuel. It's less than half that I use for farm use fuel, but the vast majority of our fuel goes into those diesel vehicles and the gas vehicles, but the vast majority are diesel vehicles. Now, here's one of the things with that tax going up that I, like my neighbors, will have to pay in rural Colorado. There's also another thing that we have added to our expense list out here. It's called DEF. D-E-F. Diesel exhaust fluid. Sorry about that. Diesel exhaust fluid. And we have to purchase that now. And that's a group of chemicals that were put together to help reduce the amount of diesel smoke that goes in the air. So now we're substituting carbon or whatever else is going in the air through the diesel and putting these chemicals in the air instead. That's an additional cost as well to rural Colorado. And I express that to you because we're actually, through this bill, will make highways more expensive to build. We saw what happened a couple of years ago when we ran the bill to allow Weld County to build that highway from Kersey up to between Kingsburg and Roggen, or Kingsburg and Hudson, I'm sorry. They did it much cheaper than we can at CDOT because we have not put on in Weld County the type of regulations that we're putting on in our state and CDOT. And granted, CDOT has proven itself not to be the most efficient organization or agency in the world. They probably don't do it as well as we would like or as we have seen in counties, but we are making it more expensive with this bill. And the frustrating part is there's not that much going to rural Colorado. Now, there's a handful on the list, but as we saw in 267, the vast majority is along the I-25 corridor. Now, also in that bill, we had 25% that was supposed to go to rural counties. That's now gone away, which means if I understand correctly, we wanted that to go away so we wouldn't have to spend 25% of highway funds in rural Colorado. That's unfortunate. I ran the amendment to try and leave that in place. That didn't pass. Here's the second thing that I think that this bill causes us should cause us to have pause. It's the lack of respect for our Colorado voters. We can look at Tabor. The Constitution is very clear. We are raising the referendum C cap in this bill, which is absolutely very clear a violation of Tabor. I read to you the other day what the Constitution says. We cannot change policy that would raise tax revenue in this state without a vote of the people. And that's the way we understood it in 2017 when we reduced that cap as part of that compromise for the sustaining of rural Colorado. Why do we disrespect the citizens of Colorado? Another aspect is Amendment 17. We just passed that a year ago. And now the voters were very clear. If you spend or you want to collect more than $100 million in fees or taxes, you should take it to the vote of the people. And what we're saying now is, as a legislature, we really don't care what you said, Colorado. We are going to find ways to create enterprises, a number of different enterprises to take in $100 million or less than $100 million, so you don't have to vote on it. We know better than you do, people of Colorado. You said that you wanted to vote on fees, but we don't think that you really need to here, because we're going to create these new enterprise in the energy office, and another new enterprise in the Department of Public Health and Environment, another enterprise in the Department of Revenue, so that we stay below that level, and we're not creating an enterprise, people of Colorado, that'll take in more than $100 million. We're doing it like you said, but we're going to ignore your intent. Members, I think that's actually arrogant of us to say this message to the voters that we're going to create all these different enterprises. The intent you had to be able to vote, we're not going to pay attention to. We could do this right. We absolutely should do it right. But we are thumbing our nose at the Colorado voters. And we're thumbing the nose at Colorado voters in rural Colorado as well. And I'm going to ask for your no vote so we can go back to the table and do this right. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Madam President, colleagues. I'm going to give you all the opportunity to heave a big sigh of relief by starting off with what I'm not going to talk about. I'm only going to talk about one aspect of this bill. There's a lot of arguments against it. I'm not going to talk about the tax bill that should have started in the House based on the Constitution, based on our own rules and guidelines. I'm not going to talk about a multi-subject omnibus bill that we somehow are deluding ourselves into thinking it fits under the single subject rule, which it does not. Not going to talk about legislation about taxes that should go before the people under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, which it does not. Not going to talk about legislation that honors the intent of the Proposition 117 you just heard the good senator from the northeast corner of the state speak about, that limits the growth of government in the sophistry of enterprises, which this bill does not. I'm not going to talk about a bill that would pave the way for millions of drivers, personal and commercial, to get their vehicles in a timely fashion across the state of Colorado, which this bill does not. I'm going to talk about one subject: bait and switch. not as advertised. This bill is billed as this year's crack at transportation. You all remember when you buy something for the kids for Christmas and you wrap it up and you put it under the tree and everybody's excited Christmas morning. You pull the package out, the kids unwrap it, and there is that special thing that everybody's wanted since October. And as the child unwraps it, you realize, oh my gosh, I missed it. There in the corner of the box, it says on the package, batteries not included. Oh my gosh. Christmas morning, all the stores are closed, we don't have the batteries, we can't play with the toy the child's been waiting for since October. That's exactly what this bill is. Batteries not included. The people are desperate for roads and bridges, the ability to get from here to there safely, to support their economic well-being, quite frankly, just for quality of life. This bill really doesn't deal with that. The bait and switch in all of this is this year's transportation bill is actually a climate justice bill. Now, you heard a good argument for that perspective earlier from this well. The concept that more lane miles mean more cars, which means more pollution. Well, I don't see it quite that way. In 1972, just prior to the gas crisis, that might have been true. There was a brown cloud over Denver. But today, you cannot directly connect more lane miles to more vehicles to greater pollution. That curve has been bent successfully. Now, it took more than 14 days. Of course, and that seems to be the tradition around here. It takes a lot longer than the time expected to bend the curve, but that curve has been materially bent. But that's not the point. The question is this a bill about climate justice, or is this bill a bill about roads and bridges, that which the people of Colorado have asked us to deal with? This bill spends more time, more energy, more money, in my perspective, on this concept of climate justice. And of the money that's ostensibly going to be spent on roads, experts in the Finance Committee, where we heard this bill, that was its committee of reference, by the way. I guess that's kind of prima facie evidence that it must not be a transportation bill. It started in the Finance Committee. We heard from the experts at CDOT that 18% of the money we're going to spend actually goes to electrification. It goes to changing the paradigm. Okay, I get that. Quite frankly, the coup de grace, the moment where you knew that this bill was about climate justice, was when we took a big, long pause after an extensive debate for an amendment to get crafted. Amendment 81, Section 7. That's where all the distributions go. That's where the monies get transferred. This amendment says, of the $82.5 million we're going to spend at the State Highway Fund, wait, not so fast. We are not going to spend $82.5 at the State Highway Fund. This amendment says every year for 5 years, we're going to spend $5 million of that $82 million, or 6%. I mean, this is the highway money, folks. 6% is solely to mitigate the environmental and health impacts of increased air pollution from motor vehicle emissions in non-attainment areas by funding projects that reduce vehicle miles traveled, or that directly reduce pollution, air pollution. I guess you could close down factories in the area if you want to under that amendment. I think that is the coup de grace. That is the conclusion of the argument that this bill isn't about transportation, it's about climate justice. Good policy conversation, but let's not say this is the transportation bill, if that's the case. And here's why. 0.6% of the vehicles on the road today in Colorado are electric vehicles. That means 99.4% of the vehicles out there are conventional vehicles. Those are the vehicles that the working families of Colorado, that almost all the families of Colorado drive. And they will carry the heft of the weight of the tax increases that this bill brings. Now, what kind of tax increase does it bring? Is it a progressive income tax, a progressive production tax, a tax that falls heavily on the wealthy? No. This bill is built around one of the most regressive taxes that we have in America, a tax on fuel, gas, a fee on a gallon of gas, something that the working families of Colorado cannot escape. If they want to get from point to point to work on time, they need to have access to their vehicle to do that. So my argument is, bill's not as represented. Clearly, the batteries that are fundamental to the hoped-for future of this bill are not included in this package. And we're putting the weight of funding all of this to getting to a new idea, a new paradigm, a hoped-for future. We're putting the weight of paying for that on the backs of the working families of Colorado. I cannot in good conscience vote yes on that. I am a firm no.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam President. So, we have one of the healthiest budgets that we've had in the last 20 years. And this state is awash with revenues. In fact, having this be my first time down here, I would say it's been a feeding frenzy over the last few weeks of how much money can we spend on everyone's pet project. I do believe that there should be funding for transportation infrastructure. Not opposed to funding electric vehicle infrastructure either. What I am opposed to is the disingenuous way that we're going about it. And the worst part to me is, on top of circumventing the voters, we're not really even going to move the needle when it comes to transportation funding and the needs out there. We have over $30 billion of state needs and all those regional transportation plans that are required to be put together. We've had that need for over 25 years, since the first state transportation multimodal plan. This bill, this just adds an additional tax on people that will get us to about $1.4 billion over for 10 years from now. We'll get $1.4 billion in extra dollars to go towards the need on the state system. Sure, I understand there's about $1.5 billion of general funds in this bill, but we already had those. We don't need this bill for that $1.5 billion. Y'all already made promises. We already had stimulus funds that were going to those, that $1.5 billion of general fund. We were told that this is a sustainable funding source. Not even close. It's not even close. And this fee on gas, it isn't about modernizing how we fund transportation. To the general public, start putting yourself back into the shoes of just being in the general public. Just looks like another tax that I'm going to have to pay at the pump. It looks like we're just doing an end around on Tabor. And I know, I heard that we think that there's polling out there that everybody wants this additional tax, this additional fee. Well, if that's true, then let's put it to the test. And let's include the most important stakeholder and put it on the ballot. I think we need to start thinking about the public's trust in the General Assembly and in state legislatures. Because over the course of the last 25, 30 years since Tabor was passed, 174 out of 178 school districts, 51 out of 64 counties, 230 out of 274 municipalities, That's the number of local governments who have received voter approval to lift the Tabor spending cap. But y'all can't get it done down here. I mean, do you ever wonder why the General Assembly can't get an increase in revenues accomplished? Do you think it has anything to do with the public's trust? Over the past 4 years, Coloradoans have continued to sustain their desire for a lower tax burden. That includes fees. And they want to make sure that government doesn't grow out of control. In 2018, Coloradoans said no to tax increases for schools, roads, and bridges. No bonding, no raising the sales tax. 2019, voters told you, no, you can't keep the additional tax revenues. In 2020, Coloradans voted for a Tabor-like provision to the state law requiring voter approval on enterprises. Some people, most people in the general public would think that the voters have sent a pretty clear mandate to the state legislature. Prioritize roads within the tax money that we already pay to the state and stop trying to raise our taxes or increase fees. It's pretty clear. But apparently we have not gotten the message, because here we are in 2021, just a few months after that vote limiting enterprises, creating five new enterprises so that we can circumvent the law and disregard the will of the voters. I doubt very seriously that's going to gain the public's trust. We are leaving the state open to litigation while telling the voters we don't care and we know best. And we wonder why the public doesn't trust us and they're not willing to vote for a state tax increase. This bill, the reality is this: it's $3.8 billion worth of regressive fees to fund it. It is kicking the can down the road for when we will get projects accomplished. We will be funding roads and bridges, alternative modes of transportation, green enterprises, all on the backs of Colorado's poorest residents. And Coloradoans will still be waiting decades for some serious transportation improvements.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry for the earlier interruption. We do have a budget, so. So I am not here to debate the specific merits of the bill, whether it's too much toward environmental issues or roads and bridges, or even whether it's too much oriented to fees when they should be taxes. I simply want to propose that there's another way to get at this. In other words, we all have the priority for roads and bridges. I mean, there's no question about that. That's been articulated over and over. Really, our objective is the same. It's really a question about how we get there, I think. And there's a lot of disruption in budgeting right now. You know, we're sitting on this $4 billion of ARPA money coming through. We've got tremendous state assets through the budget and through stimulus spending. So I wonder if this is the right bill at the right time. I'll simply make that case. So given that we have the same objectives, and that is to put as much money into transportation as CDOT can spend, and that's important. I mean, how much capacity do we really have with our contractors and with our department to absorb new funding and build new roads and bridges? I'll start with that question. But then, let's look at what's happening. And look, I'll say up front, we have not had time to digest these numbers. The whole issue of how we spend $3.9 billion new dollars is still very much up in the air. Our analysts are working very hard to understand that, and I'll go through a little bit of what the pieces of that might be. But I propose that there are better ways to do this. And I'll say just on this bill, simply not doing this bill for 2 years would save our taxpayers $313 million of new fees based on the fiscal note. And it would generate, my argument, interacting with the ARPA bill, it would generate $346 million to spend on transportation. We can debate how to do that, and we will. Now, what's wrong with that? Why wouldn't we take advantage of the ARPA dollars, perhaps a whole new infrastructure bill coming along later? Why would we not optimize the federal dollars toward transportation to the extent we can actually spend it? That's my question. So, if we look at the ARPA bill, there are 4 buckets that money falls into. 3 of them are fairly inflexible. The first one is COVID, essentially a continuation of the CARES Act money to absorb COVID. The second one is premium pay for individuals who need a boost after being essential workers on COVID. And the third one, I'll skip to, I call it sewers and broadband. It's specifically oriented to projects that have to do with water and broadband. So the fourth category is the only one that's fairly flexible. It actually says roads, capital construction and roads. But what it's all about is lost revenue. In other words, we take the revenue we would have received without COVID impact, and we subtract from that what we actually do receive over a 4-year period. And that money can be a part of the $3.9 billion that we use. Now, the interesting thing about that bucket is it's flexible. So if we really want to optimize what we spend on roads, then we optimize that bucket. So any fee that we add, any tax or new fee that we add in that period of time will decrease the amount of money that we can pull down into that bucket. Now, what did I just say? I said if we pass 260, it will decrease the amount of money that we can put in that flexible spending bucket and therefore decrease the amount of money that we can spend on transportation. Why would we do that? Why not spend government money in the ARPA instead of taxing our citizens $311 million over this period of time? That's one category. We could do that. We could do that. The other category that we ought to think about is that in those other buckets, let's take broadband. We plan to spend a lot of state general fund money on broadband. We can replace that spending with federal dollars in that category and therefore pull some of that general fund money back into our treasury to use for how we want. We could spend that on transportation. That goes across the board. And we also are spending additional, currently state stimulus dollars on transportation. If we add all that up, if we add up those categories, we can saturate our ability for 4 years until we get to the point where we no longer have this one-time federal money and our state stimulus money is spent. I assert that this is not the right time for this bill. It is not the right time. Our citizens are trying to recover. Many of them, as we well know, we talk about all the time from here, are living day to day on unemployment, are trying to get unemployment. I mean, we've all dealt with, the difficulty of getting your unemployment straight. There are a lot of people who are really struggling day to day. So now we're going to put another fee and another tax on them in this recovery period, and we do not have to do it. We can accomplish the same objectives without this bill, without taxing our drivers and taxpayers anymore. I believe, I want transportation as bad as anybody else. I travel I-70 maybe twice a month, and I know that, believe me, I know all the back roads of Northwest Colorado. I couldn't be more of an advocate. I am not, in fact, asking for less spending on transportation. I'm asking for more. But I'm asking for a plan built around optimizing those dollars rather than fighting over whether we're doing environmental work or transportation work. We do not have to do this. Thank you.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. President. With all due respect to the good senator from Carbondale, and in the immortal words of Napoleon Dynamite, I don't understand a word you just said. But I have taken some time outside of this chamber to try to put some numbers to what the good senator just said. And that is, if we pay attention closely, and I saw the JBC members were listening intently to the words of the good senator, while many of us were just sort of doing our best to pay attention. We have a clear choice, and if we don't do it today, I hope that we pass this word over to the House. We have a choice. This bill will tax the people of Colorado $313 million to do lots of things, including build a few roads. If we delay those taxes, we can use that federal money to pay $346 million toward getting our roads done. So we get the roads, we get money for roads, and we save our people some money. So I hope that word rings true, that as we move this bill out of this chamber today, that we talk to the House, and we make sure they recognize that we have a chance to save the people of Colorado some money by simply delaying that piece for 2 years before it's effective. However, I think we have great grounds to reject Senate Bill 260 today, because it clearly violates 3 sections of the Colorado Constitution. Not just 1, not 2, but 3 sections. If you look at Article 5, Section 31, all bills for raising revenue shall originate in the House of Representatives, but the Senate may propose amendments as in the case of other bills. This is clearly a revenue-raising bill. As a matter of fact, the sponsors put that on record this week as we debated it. The second violation is that of Tabor, Article 10, Section 20. There shall be no new taxes without a vote of the people. And just in case you don't like that word taxes, the other violation of Article 10, Section 20, the violation of Tabor, just a few months ago, the voters of Colorado said in Proposition 117, there will be no new fees without a vote of the people. I hope today you've heard a few good reasons why you should vote no, and if it does pass this chamber, how we might improve it for the people of Colorado.
Is there further discussion? Senator Winter.
Thank you, colleagues, for this debate. I want to tell the story of this bill. Transportation funding is difficult. Many people start from a place that says absolutely no new revenue, only general fund, maybe EV fees. And then some people come and say only new revenue because general fund will hurt education. Some, in stakeholder meetings we had, said only roads and bridges. Others said no new lane miles. We've heard today this is only a climate justice bill. There's no roads and bridges. While we have people saying you are going to destroy the climate because carbon emissions are going to increase from this plan. We've said rural people pay in more and get less, when in fact, in the first 4 years of the 10-year plan, rural roads get 25% of the money just to improve their pavement. They also get more for rural projects. 40 to 45% of local HUTF goes to rural roads. 83% of Coloradans live in areas with MPOs, yet rural investment has 140% return in this plan. We've heard that the 10-year plan is fantastic as we've debated this bill. We've heard that the 10-year plan doesn't go far enough. We've heard that this package is too small to make a difference. We also heard that this package was too big and burdensome. It's easier to stay in your corners. It's easier to say no. It's easier to pick on your specific reason for voting no or to not move forward. But as Coloradans, I think we can be aspirational. We can all contribute a little bit more and come together to solve big problems. And we haven't been able to do that before. And when we all contribute a little more, when we all get a little something out of this, when we get roads and bridges and safety, when we get some climate action, we can come together and do big things. And that's what we're saying yes to. Can we increase the safety in our roads with this plan? Yes. Can we decrease congestion? Yes. Can Can we address climate? Yes. Can we create jobs? Absolutely. Can we clean the air? Yeah, we can do that too. And can we treat the communities that are impacted by these projects fairly and center their voices? Absolutely. So my ask today is to come out of our corners. No one will have a perfect transportation bill because every single Coloradan is impacted by transportation. Every single Coloradan is impacted by climate. And I'm not going to tell the women I met in Salida that couldn't get to their doctor's offices because there wasn't enough multimodal and they had to go over a pass and the van only traveled twice a week, that they have to wait another year. I'm not going to tell the mom from Aurora that takes the Colfax bus every day downtown that she has to wait another year to have those solved. I'm not going to tell the people in my district that are repairing their tire rims on a monthly basis because of potholes, they have to wait another year. We can come out of our corners, we can all contribute a little bit more, and we can solve big problems together as Coloradans.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 260 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Lundin, Sonnenberg, Gardner, Simpson, Cook, Scott, Liston, Heisey, Rankin, Smallwood, Woodward, Quorum, Kirkmeyer, Donovan, with 20 aye votes, 15 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 260 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Hawkins Lewis, Bridges, Lee, Buckner, Danielson, Story, Pedersen, Moreno, Hansen, Kolker. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 268?
Senate Bill 268 by Senators Zenzinger and Lundin and Representative McLaughlin and McCluskey concerning the financing of public schools and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 268 on third reading, and I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 268 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 268 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Bridges, Moreno, the Minority Leader, Coleman, Hawkins Lewis, Sonnenberg, Kolker, Scott, Kirkmeyer, Priola, Winter, Rankin, Smallwood, Story, Simpson, Cook, Janal, Buckner, Woodward, Heisey, Hansen, Gardner, Liston, Rodriguez, Pedersen, Gonzalez, Fields, Lee, Donovan. The Majority Leader, please add the President. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's been a request to remove House Bill 1142 off of the consent calendar.
House Bill 1142 will be removed from the General Order Second Reading of Bills consent calendar as requested. General Order Second Reading of Bills consent calendar. Senator Gonzalez.
What up, Presidente? I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of General Order Second Reading of Bills consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes having the motion is adopted, and the Senate resolves itself the committee hold for consideration general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Gonzalez will take the chair.
All right, y'all, the committee will come to order, and the coat rule is relaxed for everybody. Mr. Pineda, will you please read the titles to all the bills on the general order, second reading of bills consent calendar?
Senate Bill 266 by Senators Gardner and Lee and Representative Wiseman and Soper concerning the non-substantive revision of statutes and Colorado Revised statutes as amended in connection therewith, amending or repealing obsolete, imperfect, and inoperative law to preserve the legislative intent, effect, and meaning of the law. House Bill 1237 by Representative Lantina and Rich and Senators Kirkmeyer and Moreno concerning the creation of a competitive pharmacy benefits manager marketplace.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the adoption of all the bills on the consent calendar, which includes Senate Bill 266 and House Bill 1237.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills in the consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion before the body is adoption of all of the bills on the general order, second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Hey. And opposed, no? The ayes have it clearly, and the bills are adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
All right, let's rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no? The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. We will rise and report.
El senador vendía el orden. Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, presidente. El comité hemos considerado varias propuestas de ley. Por favor, señor Pineda, por favor de leer el reporte.
The translation is the committee will come back to order. Senate's back to order. The motion is for the adoption of the committee whole report. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted.
Got it. Go for it.
Senate Bill 266 passed on second reading, ordered and grossly placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1237 passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege.
The motion is that the Senate proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege. For the good senator from Carbondale. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to read a tribute. The state of Colorado, the Senate, convened on the 73rd General Assembly, hereby extends sincere commendations to Grace Stayberg in the gallery. The Colorado Senate congratulates Grace Stayberg for breaking the North American women's ski mountaineering record. On April 26th and 27th, 19-year-old Grace Stayberg set a new North American women's ski mountaineering record by skinning 56,153 vertical feet, that's up, in 24 hours. Starting at 9 a.m. on Monday, April 26, Ms. Stayberg skied up and down Copper Mountain more than 21 times, climbing from Copper Mountain's center village to the top of the Storm King ski lift at 12,441 feet. Ms. Stayberg is ranked 4th in the International Ski Mountaineering Federation's World Cup standings, having placed in 19 races in Europe this ski season, including 2 first-place finishes. The members of the Colorado House recognize and honor Ms. Stayberg's achievement as reflective of her hard work and dedication to her sport. Thank you.
The Senate will stand in a brief recess. The Senate will come back to order. General order, second reading of bills. Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general order, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general order, second reading of bills. And Senator Gonzalez will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. The court rule is relaxed for everyone in the chamber. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 174, Senate Bill 87, Senate Bill 200, and Senate Bill 261 lay over until tomorrow, May 18th.
The motion before the body is to lay over Senate Bill 174, Senate Bill 87, Senate Bill 200, and Senate Bill 261 until tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and those bills will be laid over. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 262 lay over until Wednesday, May 19th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 262 until Wednesday. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill will be laid over. All right. Mr. Pineda, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 256?
Senate Bill 256 by Senators Fenberg, Moreno, and Representative Hooton and Daughtry concerning permitting regulation of firearms by local governing bodies.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 256.
And the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologies. I also move the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report.
Orale. To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did make some changes in committee to the bill, mostly some cleanup pieces, including making sure that it was clear the role of Colorado Bureau of Investigations in approving background checks, and I ask for an aye vote.
Excellent. Is there any discussion on the SVMA report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the SVMA committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that report is adopted. To the bill. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a bill that I loosely started working on a little over a month and a half ago. That was when a district judge ruled that ordinance that was on the books for the city of Boulder, which was an ordinance that was adopted a couple of years prior through a robust community debate around the role of firearms and common sense regulations that the community was asking for on a local level. That ordinance passed with a lot of controversy and a lot of heated debate. And then a month and a half or so ago, a district judge ruled that it was counter to a state law that was passed by this body in 2003 to preempt a local government from being able to pass an ordinance regulating firearms. I actually wasn't completely aware that that preemption existed on the books until after this court ruling, and then I read it. I read the statute that was passed in 2003. And although some of my constituents probably don't agree, I think the judge got it right. I think it's pretty clear that what the city of Boulder passed probably does violate the preemption statute when it comes to firearms. There are all kinds of issues that are either preempted by the state, given almost exclusive authority to the local government, or can sometimes be a mixture of state and local concern. I think in this day and age, in the political debates that we have, especially when it comes to firearms, and the fact that we are talking about life or death and a sense of safety in one's own community, I think this is an issue that clearly should be of mixed state and local concern. This was the reason why the city of Denver passed some local gun ordinances for their city several years ago, and it was upheld by the Supreme Court as constitutional and legal, but it was upheld via a tie at the court. And so it did not actually create the allowance for cities and local governments to have their own ordinances, but it just simply said that the ones that were on the books for the city of Denver were legal. I don't think it's right that some cities are allowed to do something like this and other cities are not. I think it's time that we clarify, once and for all, that a city does have the right to do what they feel is best to keep their citizens safe. And I think that should be a principle that is allowed when it comes to regulation of firearms. We know that guns play a very different role in everybody's life, whether it's because of where you live, how you grew up, what you do on the weekends, your hobbies. Some people, guns are just a normal part of one's life. For others, maybe they've never touched or even seen a gun in real life. But we also know that the impact of guns, the violence that can result from guns, is different in every community as well. In a lot of communities, the vast majority of gun deaths are a result of suicide. I think the strategies and conversations that happen when it comes to suicide are pretty different than maybe some of the gun violence that happens in more urban communities, where it's a result of crime or gang activity, or because it is just become a way of life because of a lack of opportunity for a lot of folks as they grow up in an urban community. For some folks, it's a fear that something that happened in my community will happen to theirs. a horrible, tragic event like a mass shooting that, yes, has intersections with mental health. Yes, does have intersections with violence and crime. But my point is that guns look and have a different role in all of our communities and many different people's lives. And I think it's appropriate that we allow a local government, the governing body that is probably closest to its citizens, to have these conversations and have the ability to pass ordinances that they feel is best for their community. Whenever we debate gun issues here in the legislature, we often talk about how we should not apply values and what is right for Denver or Boulder, and we shouldn't apply that to everywhere around the state. That's what this bill is about, is making sure that a local community can make a decision for themselves and for themselves only. That's what this bill is about. This is a bill that is reasonable. It allows the conversation to happen at the local level. And it's something that actually was the law of the land for most of our state's history, until 2003, when it was preempted at the state level. I think it's time that we give our local communities all of the tools that they feel that they need to keep themselves safe, to have more of a sense of security, and to do what is right for them. And that's why we've brought this bill forward today. There are a few amendments that I do want to introduce, but I want to pass it over to my co-prime sponsor here before we get into amendments first.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And colleagues, the bill that you see before you today, I think, is important to make sure that it's known that it is permissive. This is the ability for local governments to establish some level of local control on this. It isn't a mandate, so it is an option for local governments. Throughout the past few years, we have done things in this building to advance local control, to give more autonomy to our local governments. The bill you see before you today does that. So did the bill in 2019 that established local control of minimum wage. So over the years, we have decided to entrust local governments with more responsibility and more autonomy in these subject areas. Having served in a local government capacity, I can tell you that local governments don't take these issues lightly. They would obviously do all the research, homework, and only adopt an ordinance after robust public feedback. That is normal process for local governments. And I also just want to point out, colleagues, that there is already some local autonomy that has been established in statute in this area. For example, statute already provides the ability for local governments to restrict open carrying of firearms if that's what they choose to do. So local control already is established here because they can already enact ordinances that prohibit open carrying of firearms. The last thing that I'll note, colleagues, is that over the years, for example, the red flag law comes to mind, where after that time, there were local governments that did not support the provisions of that statute. And so they decided to take it upon themselves to declare themselves Second Amendment sanctuaries. So clearly, colleagues, there are already local governments that are not following provisions of state statute. So we already have some form of local control when it comes to these issues. This bill would simply codify that local control, that local autonomy, and I think it is past time that we do so.
There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L008 to Senate Bill 256?
Amendment L008 to Senate Bill 256.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L008.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L008 is a result of a conversation that happened in the State Affairs Committee the other day. The good senator from Sterling brought it to my attention, and I'm not under any illusions that this will get him to a yes vote. But I think he has a point, And the intention of this bill is not to prohibit a manufacturer that is located in a local government boundary to not be able to have contracts with the U.S. government or with law enforcement. And so this specifically states that a local ordinance cannot essentially get in the way of a contract of that sort. And urge an aye vote.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And at the risk of you only hearing half or every other word, I will say it twice. I urge a yes vote on this amendment. This is a good amendment. I would ask for your yes vote and thank the majority leader for allowing me to bring it.
Seeing no further discussion on L008, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L008 to Senate Bill 256. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L007 to Senate Bill 256?
L007 to Senate Bill 256.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L007.
To the amendment?
Colleagues, this amendment says that if some sort of criminal penalty was established based on a violation of these ordinances or these regulations, that you may only impose a penalty if the person should have known or if they knew or they reasonably should have known that that conduct was prohibited by the local government. This is an important amendment to ensure that people who didn't know the rules of the game don't actually get penalized for any violation of those rules. The other thing that it helps to establish is that, just to make it explicitly clear, in a number of places throughout the statute, it is required that local governments have to post some sort of notice that says, that certain activities aren't allowed in these buildings or in this jurisdiction. And so this, again, I think serves as a nice complement to those educational efforts.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Some of the discussion around this bill that I've seen in my inbox and also in the debate in committee is that how would somebody know? Why are we doing something that allows a local government to pass an ordinance that makes somebody a criminal when they wouldn't have even known they were breaking the law? Maybe they were just traveling through a county, or they have already had a certain item that then was prohibited in that jurisdiction. This amendment, I think, clarifies that. It clarifies the heart of the intent of this bill. The intent is not to criminalize people for doing things that are fine and that aren't putting people in danger. And the point is simply to give local governments a little bit more resource, a little bit more tools in the toolbox for these issues, not to go after people, not to unfairly criminalize people, especially folks who may not have known that they were even doing something that was counter to a local ordinance. I will also say, somewhat related to this amendment, is there has been conversation around, well, the boundary thing. If I'm going hunting, I put some firearms in my car and I drive through a couple of different jurisdictions to get to the lands where I'm going hunting, that action, that activity is already protected by statute, and this bill does not remove that protection. There's a part of statute that already says that a local government cannot prohibit someone who is just simply driving through a local jurisdiction and has a weapon for either hunting, for personal protection, etc. This bill, or the current law already protects that individual from prosecution, and so I just want to clarify that. But I think this amendment is some belts and suspenders to some of those conversations and protections.
Further discussion on the L007, the belts and suspenders amendment. Senator Kirkmeyer. Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm going to ask for a little bit more explanation on reasonably should have known, and if they're driving through more than one city or county. I'm just going to give you an example.
of where I live. You can go up to the four-way stop sign at Colorado Boulevard and County Road 2. One corner is under the jurisdiction of North Glen, another corner is under the jurisdiction of Weld County, one corner of the intersection is under the jurisdiction of Adams County, and the other corner and half of the Road 2 is under the jurisdiction of Thornton. So if they're just merely following the rules that are in Weld County and drive through that intersection, they could be basically violating some local government ordinance. And so would they be considered criminals in that case? Even if they aren't going hunting, they may be driving to someplace else. So I'd like an explanation, please. Thank you.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the good senator from Weld County. The scenario you outlined is already one that is protected by current law. So one would not be guilty simply of violating a local ordinance simply because they drove through and crossed a boundary. That is already an existing law. This bill does not change that. But it raised, the introduction of this bill raised the question again. I think, and because that part of statute is not in this bill, I think a lot of people are just unaware that that other part of statute already protects that activity. So that was why I raised it. What this amendment, though, is more about, because that activity is already protected under statute, this is more about, for instance, if you are a firearm dealer, if you own a gun shop, and you have been given the ordinances of the community that you are based in, and let's say there's a local ordinance that is a little bit more strict than the state laws on selling a firearm. And that person has been told what the laws are, they've probably been involved because that's what they do as a profession. They should have known what the laws are of where they do business. But somebody just simply maybe coming to that community to go shopping and didn't know that there were no postings and there was no sign that said that you couldn't carry a certain firearm, they probably wouldn't have known. That's partially why existing law already requires signage and things of the sort. But I think this simply says that if you are someone who had no reason to have known what the local rules or local ordinance was, and you inadvertently violated it, then you're not going to be held criminally liable. If you did violate it, let's say you were someone who went in order to do harm to this community, and you knew what you were doing, that the possession of a weapon or something that was, let's say, prohibited in that community, if you went to do that and you knew that it was illegal, I'm guessing you're going to get in trouble in general for the action that you did, but you may also now get held criminally liable for breaking that local ordinance. That's what this is about, is to make sure that people who intend to break the law are still held accountable, but for folks who didn't intend to and may not have even known that they were violating the local ordinance will not be held criminally liable.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. To the good senator from Boulder, I'm curious, a lot of times if a person is stopped by the law enforcement authorities and they're traveling through under this bill, under this amendment, sometimes the firearm or their firearms might be confiscated. I'm curious as to what would happen if they've, a lot of times, you know, they'll issue a ticket or a summons or something like that, and the firearm, the law enforcement people will take the firearms. What would happen? What's the process if the person did not knowingly know? Is there going to be some sort of a timeline that they can get their firearms back in an expeditious manner because they may be traveling from one part of the state to the other or have other things? Could you address that, please?
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, the traveling, I probably shouldn't have introduced that concept in this conversation of this amendment, but the traveling piece is actually not what this amendment is getting at. But it raised, this topic raised the issue of traveling. I was simply pointing out that it is already something that you are allowed to do under current law. But let's say you weren't traveling. Let's take the traveling part out. If a law enforcement officer felt that you were violating a local ordinance and if that was a severe violation enough that they felt that they had to confiscate the firearm, and I'm not sure what the local ordinance would be. It's a very theoretical question. But what I would say is that this bill is silent on that, does not speak to it, because this bill does not create more restrictions. It simply allows a local government to have an ordinance. And so if there was anything that had to do with confiscating temporarily a firearm by a law enforcement officer, that would be part of that local ordinance, not in state law.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the body is the adoption of L007 to Senate Bill 256. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L007 is adopted. To the bill, Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 256. In talking with members of the Senate Minority Caucus, I believe there are 15 of us who are opposed to Senate Bill 256. There's 15 of us. Senate Bill 256 is not just about allowing a local jurisdiction to prohibit certain types of firearms. I would oppose that, but this bill isn't just about that. It would allow those local jurisdictions to prohibit not only types of firearms, but types of ammunition, potentially the number of rounds of ammunition. I've read many news stories where people who have run afoul of the law and law enforcement has confiscated ammunition and firearms, that the number of rounds is listed as hoarding or stockpiling. It's not always the case. But for a local jurisdiction to create an ordinance that defines some amount of ammunition that can be possessed within that jurisdiction, I think that's problematic. But then we get to concealed carry. Colorado is a shall-issue state. People in the 64 counties go to their county sheriff to apply for a concealed carry permit. And I have said many times before, whether you are comfortable with firearms or uncomfortable with firearms, I understand that people have differences of opinion on that. But as a shall-issue state, the people of Colorado who do apply for a concealed carry permit have to take a class, can be online, and then they pay a fee to their county sheriff, probably around a couple $100s, and then they pass another background check. And if they qualify, the sheriff shall issue a concealed carry permit. And that permit allows you to carry concealed in all 64 counties. You have to follow the law. You cannot carry concealed on a public school campus unless you're an SRO, you're a peace officer. But people who have a concealed carry permit, that's part of the class, you can't carry concealed on a public school campus. But back in 2013, when the ruling party then, same party that holds the majorities now, when there was a slate of legislation concerning citizen control, what the supporters like to call gun control, but I'm pretty sure you can't control inanimate objects with words and numbers on paper. The laws, words and numbers on paper, control people, specifically people who obey the law. And back in 2013, there was a bill to prohibit concealed carry on the campuses of higher education institutions in Colorado, and that bill failed. It didn't pass. But this bill would allow those institutions to prohibit concealed carry on those campuses. There have been court challenges, and the right of the people who qualify for the permits has been upheld. This bill, in my opinion, not an attorney, but as I read this bill, I believe it would take that ability away. Now, there was a certain representative back in 2013 that talked about, well, this is why we have the call boxes and the pens, a ballpoint pen. And there was a young lady who testified in a Senate committee that year who had been, I believe, sexually assaulted, raped. And she made a comment that if she had had a firearm, if she had had her concealed carry permit and a firearm, that maybe she could have defended herself against a larger, more powerful adversary. And a member of this chamber talked about how statistics weren't on her side, and that member ultimately resigned from this chamber. I see the same kind of message to the people of Colorado, especially people who need to be defended the most, which I think often people of smaller stature, excuse me, my voice is rather hoarse today. But that can often mean women. Colorado's a shall issue state. And if this bill becomes law, I believe that it would create an unmanageable patchwork of where you can and cannot legally carry concealed after you've qualified, after you've paid for that expensive government permit, which I've described many times from the well. It is not sensational at all. The truth about a concealed carry permit is that it's an expensive government-issued permit for a person who qualifies to carry concealed to go out into public and do nothing wrong. That's what the permit allows you to do, to go out in public carrying a firearm concealed and do nothing wrong. A concealed carry permit does not allow you to draw the weapon. It does not allow you to brandish the weapon. It certainly doesn't allow you to fire the weapon. It just allows you to have it in a concealed way. Because there have been court challenges, I think it stands to reason that there are institutions of higher education that are state institutions that do receive funding from the state that would move to prohibit or, well, possibly limit, but I think prohibit who can carry concealed on their campuses. And courts have upheld they can't do that. With this bill, I believe that the door will open again. And that isn't about protecting people. That's about putting people at greater harm, at greater risk. Again, these concealed carry permit holders, they're not out there shooting it up. That's not the Wild West. These are people who have proved that they qualify. They've paid the cost in a shall issue state. And if any of those people had pulled his or her weapon on a college campus, a university campus, and brandished it, threatened someone, or fired it, they would no longer have that permit. But Senate Bill 256 would allow those local jurisdictions to enact ordinances, rules, campus rules, I think. And it isn't just about counties. It isn't about cities and towns, municipalities. No. It's about special districts. So I'm the resident of a special district. I live in the Meridian Metropolitan District. Anybody know what the boundaries are of the Meridian Metropolitan District? Some of you may be somewhat aware. It's south of the Denver Tech Center. If you're in the Inverness area, County Line Road, that's a business district. And if you come south past Lincoln Avenue at Peoria, where I live, you're in the Meridian Metropolitan District. That's where I pay my water bill. I've said before, I don't live in Parker, I don't live in Lone Tree, I live in a metropolitan district. Now, to the board of directors of the Meridian Metropolitan District, please don't take this as my suspicion that you're going to enact firearm restrictions within your district. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. But the point I want to make is, when you come out to my neighborhood, if you came to my house and we went to the tap and opened it up, you wanted a glass of water, it would come from the Meridian Metropolitan District. If you go outside my house and wander up and down the streets, you know what you won't find? You won't find lines up on the middle of Peoria that tell you where you're crossing over from the unincorporated portion of Douglas County that's in the Meridian Metropolitan District and into the city of Lone Tree. You won't find that. Oh, and both sides of that line, you're in the South Metro Fire District. That's a special district as well. So it isn't about Denver's current prohibition on open carry. It's in Douglas County. I can't tell anybody what you can do. I'm not an attorney, but in Douglas County where I live, I know it's legal for me to carry open carry. I could have a holster and a pistol on my hip, and that's legal where I live. But I also know from training and being in the legislature that I can't come into the city and county in Denver and do that. They don't allow open carry, but they do allow concealed carry because preemption exists. And with Senate Bill 256, I believe, again, I'm not an attorney, but I believe it would allow cities, municipalities, counties, special districts, school districts. I don't know why a school district would need to do this, because no one other than the peace officer is allowed to carry it concealed or open on a public school campus. But I guess public schools own and operate property that isn't school campuses. So we could see a school district adopt local ordinances that conflict with a county. I think that could happen here. I don't see a hierarchy of authority. If a county says no, can a local jurisdiction within the county say yes to these prohibitions? I think the bill would allow that to happen. So you've paid a lot of money for the permit to go out in public, carry a handgun concealed, go out in public and do nothing wrong. Now you're going to potentially need to know where the lines are. And I understand the majority leader's argument, the amendment that he ran. Hopefully, that means, gosh, if you're stopped by law enforcement, they realize you have a weapon, maybe you're carrying it concealed in a holster with your permit and your driver's license, because you have to have a second form of ID when you do that. Or maybe you're traveling, as he said, across the state. Yeah, there's a law. There is a law that allows you to transport firearms in your vehicle. And again, I'm not an attorney, so I can't tell you what you can do, but I'm pretty sure there's a law in the books that tells me that I can drive anywhere in the state and have a loaded firearm in my car. Again, I can't tell you what you can do, but I'm pretty sure that's what the law says. But the basis of that amendment was intent. Now, I was joking with the former sheriff of Weld County before I came up to the mic. I guess my mom was wrong. My mom taught me that ignorance was no defense. It was my responsibility to know what the laws were. And saying, gosh, I didn't know, that wasn't going to be a satisfactory defense. And she taught me that because she had rules in our household. And I was expected to follow her rules. She said, you know, when you grow up, you need to understand, when you get out there in the real world, you can't tell law enforcement, you can't tell a police officer or a judge or a sheriff deputy or the sheriff, I didn't know. But apparently with that amendment, that could be one defense. But I don't put a lot of trust in that because, gosh, I'm 60 years old, and through my lifetime, I've read articles, I've seen and heard reports from other states. New Jersey, top of mind. People traveling through New Jersey with firearms to go hunting, or maybe they were moving. But they weren't just traveling, they stopped for an overnight at a hotel or motel. Maybe they took their firearms into their room because they didn't want to leave them out in the car and risk having them stolen. And then people get arrested for violating local, county, state firearm laws. That happens. And I'm pretty sure, but of all those accounts that I've seen in print or on the internet or television, radio, whatever, I don't remember hearing anything about, I didn't know. And then the law enforcement officers or the judge saying, you're good to go. Take your weapons and just move on. No, when you run afoul with law enforcement, that's probably a more serious interaction than I didn't know. And we've had conversations on other bills, other legislation, about intent. How in the world do you prove intent in a court of law? And oh, by the way, that's probably where you're going to have to prove it, not standing there with a law enforcement officer behind your car with the trunk open, or maybe he or she has come to your hotel, motel door and asked, hey, the proprietor here says he saw you carrying in some cases, and those look like maybe cases that could hold a certain type of weapon. I want to come in and search, and the owner of the hotel says I can. I want to be able to take a search of your weapons. They're not doing anything wrong. They're just there. Right now in the state of Colorado, people can travel in all 64 counties. They can carry concealed in all 64 counties if they have that permit to do nothing wrong. I think for the owners, the firearm owners out there, this bill goes way beyond what I think most people might assume, if they're aware of it, way beyond what they think it would do. If your municipality, your city or town, if your county, or even a special district decides that you can only have a certain number of rounds of ammunition stored in your home, in your private residence, I think Senate Bill 256 allows them to say you can't do that anymore. I'm pretty sure Senate Bill 256 would allow them, if they decide, to say that you can't have certain types of firearms, or maybe more than a certain number. How many people live in your household? Is it per person or per household? I don't know. They don't exist yet. But all of those possibilities, I think, are accurate under Senate Bill 256. And the fundamental reason that I oppose this bill is that it's an offensive use of local control. I like local control. How many issues have I talked to constituents about regarding public K-12 education? This body, the General Assembly and the State Board of Education, our state constitution says that we have no authority to decide what textbooks can or cannot be used in the classrooms of the public schools in this state. That's local control. But where I see the majority party using local control as the basis of bills like Senate Bill 256, or the infringement on mineral rights, people who can't use drilling to get resources, minerals that they own that are underneath their feet, under their property. We've seen infringement there. Where I see local control misused is where it takes away constitutional rights of the people. The basis of the U.S. Constitution and the Colorado Constitution are that there are certain limited enumerated powers that are reserved to the little tiny federal government. That's what it was supposed to be. And then plenary powers are reserved to the states or ultimately to the people. And when I read our state constitution, I definitely see that. So why wouldn't we allow your local jurisdiction to decide what's right for the people who live in that jurisdiction? Because everybody who lives in that jurisdiction has the constitutional right to keep and bear arms. Everybody. And if you choose not to, totally up to you. You're one of the people. That's why we have state preemption. That's why it exists. Because whether you like firearms or dislike firearms, love, hate. That's why we have the Second Amendment. That's why we have the similar wording in our state constitution. We, as the General Assembly, are elected, and we come down here in the well and take an oath to uphold not just one, but both of those constitutions. And using the argument that local control is a good thing in order to take away constitutional rights, I think is exactly what local control was invented, developed, established, and put into our state constitution to avoid local jurisdictions infringing on the constitutional rights of people who happen to live in that jurisdiction or might be traveling through it, might be going to lunch in a certain district, shopping, school, college. Ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 256.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To rise in opposition of Senate Bill 256. You know, this is just another feel-good bill that will do absolutely nothing. You know, back in 2013, we did have a series of firearm bills that were, again, feel-good bills. But we heard from the majority party that this is going to make people safer. We're going to reduce the number of mass shootings. We're going to reduce gun violence. So these bills got passed in 2013 at the expense of 2 senators getting recalled and 1 resigning before had a chance to be recalled. Because people recognized the fact that they did absolutely nothing to make them safer. At the time, they probably felt, some people felt, oh, it's going to make me safer, but all it did was give them a false sense of security. Did those bills that required background checks do anything? No. Would that have stopped the shooting in Boulder? No, because background checks were taking place. Did banning 30-round magazines stop the shooting in Boulder? No, it didn't. And this bill was the same thing. This bill will do absolutely nothing to make anybody safer. The suspect in the Boulder shooting lived in Arvada. I don't know where he got the 30-round magazines, but hey, there's a state law against that already. So he won't be able to get 30-round magazines. Again, it did absolutely nothing. Let's kind of go through the bill a little bit. The good sponsor from Boulder said, hey, you know, there was no preemption in 2000 until 2003. Well, why did we have the preemption in 2003? Why did that come up? Let's look what they're trying to do away with. This is why they put in the preemption in 2003. What they're crossing out is, there exists a widespread inconsistency among jurisdictions within the state with regard to firearms regulations. That wants to be replaced with the state has an interest in regulation of firearms due to the ease of transporting firearms between local jurisdictions. And then they want to take out on the preemption. This inconsistency among local government laws regulating lawful firearm possession and ownership has extraterritorial impact on state citizens and the general public by subjecting them to criminal and civil penalties in some jurisdictions for conduct wholly lawful in other jurisdictions. Now, this bill wants to do away with that language. They want to make criminals out of law-abiding citizens by taking away that language. And they're substituting it. Officials of local government are uniquely equipped to make determinations as to the regulations necessary in their local jurisdictions. Oh, perfect. Local control. Jurisdictions, local government are uniquely equipped to make determinations as to regulations necessary in their local jurisdictions. Now, another part of the of current law that they want to take out, inconsistencies among local governments of laws regulating the possession and ownership of firearms results in persons being treated differently under the law solely on the basis of where they reside. And a person's residence in a particular county or city and county is not a rational clarification when it is the basis for denial of equal treatment under the law. So basically, they want to take out equal treatment under the law and base it, you're a law-abiding citizen if you live in one jurisdiction, you're not a law-abiding citizen if you live in a different jurisdiction. So much for equal treatment under the law. This is also what they're removing from current law. The inconsistency, taking away the equal treatment under law, but this inconsistency places citizens in the position of not knowing when they may be violating local laws and therefore being unable to avoid violating the law and becoming subject to criminal and other penalties. Makes sense to me to have a statewide preemption, so that way people know whether they're violating the law or not. Then we go to the bottom of page 3, and it talks about local regulations governing firearms permitted. Page 4. The local ordinance, regulation, or other law may not impose requirements on the sale, purchase, transfer, or possession of a firearm, ammunition, or firearm component or accessory that is less restrictive than state law. This is the 181 bill for firearms. We hear, oh, we all love local jurisdiction. We love the fact that local jurisdictions can come up with their own ordinances. Until we don't, because you can't do anything less restrictive. Let me go back to page 2. Officials of local governments are uniquely equipped to make determinations as to regulations necessary in their local jurisdictions until we feel like they aren't. On page 5, same thing. Officials of local governments are uniquely equipped to make determinations as to where concealed handguns can be carried in their local jurisdictions. Oh, until we tell you where you can't have local control. Because you know what? We're the state. We don't like local control when it's something we don't agree with. If we do want local control, let's say, you can make it either stricter or looser. Let's say, hey, Weld County, El Paso County, other free-loving counties that like liberty and freedom, you can have 30-round magazines. Because you know why? Because officials of local governments are uniquely equipped to make determinations as to the regulations necessary in their local jurisdictions. So Weld County, hey, allow 30-round magazines. Because you're uniquely equipped to make those decisions. Then we get to the concealed carry permit part. See, the problem is in the details and the wording. Local government, including a special district or the governing board of an institution of higher education, may enact an ordinance, resolution, rule, or other regulation that prohibits a permittee from carrying a concealed handgun in a building or specific area within the local government or governing board's jurisdiction. Okay, the building. But what is a specific area? So is that every street in city, or every street in the city? So if Boulder says, hey, we want to ban possession of firearms on every city street, you can make the bill, you can make that stricter than what the law says. We heard it from the sponsors. You can make it stricter. So if you have a concealed carry permit, City of Boulder, City of Fort Collins, somebody else can say, you know what, we're going to make it stricter. We're not going to allow concealed carry permits anywhere on our city streets. Or what if Fort Collins says, you know what, we're not going to allow it on College Avenue through the entire length of the city. That's a specific area. City of Boulder. I'm not sure what a major road is through Boulder, but say Highway 119. Hey, we're going to say no firearms on Highway 119 is allowed in Boulder. All that we have to do is put up a sign that says, hey, firearms are not allowed on Highway 119. And then you've met the intent of the law. Hey, we're telling you, you can't have firearms. You can't have a concealed carry permit or a concealed carry in your car on College Avenue or Highway 119 because it talks about specific areas. Again, the good senator, not from Parker, talked about what happened in 2013, the gun control laws to end all gun violence. Again, they did absolutely nothing, just like this bill will do. But there was testimony from a college student who said that she got raped. And I remember this because I was sitting next to that college student in the testimony. And she was raped in a university in Nevada. And her comment was, "I wish I had a firearm to defend myself." And the representative, who was about to be recalled because of some of her comments, said, "Well, quite frankly, you're lucky you didn't have it because something worse might have happened to you." And her response was, "Quite frankly, Representative, you were not there. You do not know what happened." Shortly thereafter, she resigned because she was about to be recalled, just like the other two. This bill is so overbroad that a city, county, special district can pretty much say our entire city is a specific area. Our entire university is a specific area. And we're going to allow women not to be carrying firearms on universities. So the same thing that happened to this witness in 2003 or 13 can get raped again. I know the good senator from Boulder said that, like I said, the state law will allow people to drive through their jurisdictions with firearms because the state law says it can. Until this bill comes into effect, because local jurisdictions can make it stricter than what the state law says. So don't be fooled, colleagues, by what you think this bill does. This bill will infringe upon law-abiding citizens' rights to carry a firearm throughout this state. Again, the good senator from Douglas County talked a little bit about concealed carries and open carries. Well, in this state, only sheriffs can issue concealed carry permits, and rightly so. I issued close to probably 15,000 concealed carry permits in my time. Not once did I have to revoke a concealed carry permit for somebody using a gun illegally. Not once, for that reason. These are the people that follow the law, go through the training, know what they're doing, and yet now we're going to penalize them because one city, one county maybe, might say, we want to ban all concealed carry permits on every street and highway in our jurisdiction because it's a specific area. And if you don't know, well, we might not prosecute you, but we might take your gun away and put you through a huge process to get it back because we're the state government, and by golly, we know what's best for you. Well, unless you want to have gun control, then it's local control. Unless, like I said, counties and cities that love freedom and liberty, like most of this state, should be allowed to make their ordinances and laws applicable to them because, I'm going to say it one last time, officials of local governments are uniquely equipped to make determinations as to the regulations necessary in their local jurisdictions. Either we believe that or we don't. So, colleagues, I ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 256.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have just heard some very practical and very emotional reasons why this bill presents problems As I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 256, my questions and concerns are a little bit more toward the academic side, the practical side, maybe even the legal side. We may hear more from folks with greater legal expertise. So we're state legislators, which means we've got to prove something up in order to have the authority to do something about it, a question of authority. This bill seems to be kind of self-contradictory in its effort to establish the authority to do something and then eliminate the capacity to do that which it says it would do. The bill takes language that is already in statute that says the permitting and carrying of concealed handguns is a matter of statewide concern. That phrase, a matter of statewide concern, is a critically important issue if in fact you want to bring legislation. You've got to have the authority to do it. The bill then goes on to revise that. It changes that. It strikes the phrase, the permitting and carrying of, and it says the criteria and procedures for issuing permits to carry concealed handguns is a matter of statewide concern. Makes sense. Should rest with the state because it's a matter of statewide concern. Further down in that same section comes back to the same issue and says whether concealed handguns can be carried in a specific area is a matter of state concern. But it inserts in between a matter of state and concern the word local. The bill gets confused with itself all of a sudden. Is it a matter of statewide concern and therefore we have the authority to do something about it? Or is it in fact a matter of local concern? I think the bill is self-contradictory in that fashion. Another challenge that rises from the bill, it says in the ledge deck, and we all legislative declaration, which is kind of it's an indication of what we think the best aspirations of the bill are. It says officials of local governments are uniquely equipped to make determinations as to regulations necessary in their local jurisdiction. It says down in the main body of the bill something similar. Officials of local governments are uniquely equipped to make determinations as to where concealed handguns can be carried in their local jurisdictions. My question is this: what makes a local elected or unelected, quite frankly, we're giving a lot of authority to distributing it downstream to individuals who aren't necessarily elected by the people to make these determinations. What makes those folks, those local folks, or those folks at an institution of higher education uniquely qualified to understand the Constitution, which is really what this is all about at the end of the day? Do you have a constitutional right, or can a local government control that, take that right away from you? That's the root of the bill. So, question, do we want to accept a bill that's self-contradictory, where it says, we're from the state, we're here to help you, and oh, by the way, we're going to give away that authority which we have, which gives us the authority to talk to someone else, and then make this argument that a local group has a unique ability to make a constitutional determination? I think those are both box canyons, blind canyons to go down. I don't think they work. I think you probably can fight it out in the courts at some point, but I don't believe that those work. I oppose the bill for any number of reasons, but I offer those up as questions that at the very least create confusion and difficulties for 256.
Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another aspect of concealed carry that I think deserves consideration when evaluating how you would vote on this bill is reciprocity. When a person in this state, a shall issue state, fills out the application, takes that to his or her sheriff, along with evidence that he or she has completed the required course, which again can be online or in person. You've paid for the course and you've paid the permit fee. Then another background check is pulled. And if you qualify, and the sheriff issues you a permit here in Colorado, that concealed carry permit provides you reciprocity in a lot of states around this country. Again, I've said before, I'm not an attorney, so won't tell you how many states you'd be able to carry in if you have a concealed carry permit from a sheriff of Colorado. But I got a pretty good idea how many states I can carry in if I have a concealed carry permit from a sheriff here in Colorado. And I can go online. CBI, different private organizations, they provide lists of reciprocity between states. And that's becoming more of a standard in our country. If a state has a concealed carry permit process, it usually brings with it reciprocity that allows a concealed carry permit holder to go to a different state and carry concealed there, so long as he or she is obeying the laws in that other state. But the odd thing here in Colorado, if this bill becomes law, is I think people need to understand you wouldn't necessarily have reciprocity in all 64 counties of the state. See, the shall issue concept with concealed carry is that it doesn't matter which one of the 64 sheriffs runs your background check and issues your permit, it's good in all 64 counties. It's good in all municipalities, in all special districts. You don't need a second one, you only need one. But now, while you would have reciprocity in many other states, if this bill becomes law, concealed carry permit holders who have proven themselves worthy of that designation, worthy of having an expensive government permit to go out into public and do nothing wrong, even if you're doing nothing wrong, you might all of a sudden be doing something wrong based on where you are, crossing an invisible line between a county, a municipality, usually counties on major thoroughfares. There's a sign. I know if you come north on I-25 at a monument, I mentioned it before, you get up to the top of the hill, you'll see a sign there that says Douglas County. In my community, you probably see signs that say, "Welcome to Parker," if you drive out of the unincorporated part of Douglas County where I live, because I don't live in Parker. But if you drive into the city limits of Parker, you probably see a sign that says, "Entering the city limits." I guess Parker, that's a town, entering town limits. You head over to Lone Tree, you'll probably see a sign that says, "Welcome to Lone Tree," entering Lone Tree city limits. But again, I've lived in the Meridian Metropolitan District for 18 years, I think. And I don't remember seeing such a sign for the Meridian Metropolitan District. I know when I'm on I-25 or entering Douglas County from some other highway or road, I don't remember seeing signs that say, "Entering the Douglas County School District." Now, Douglas County School District covers all of Douglas County, plus a little northwestern corner of Elbert County. Some of the addresses there still, I think, have Parker on them. Even though they're in a different county, their mail traditionally has come out of the Parker post office. Okay. But if this bill becomes law, all of those jurisdictions could have unique restrictions. Again, you can't be less restrictive under this bill, but these jurisdictions can be more restrictive. Could one of those jurisdictions say, they don't allow concealed carry in a building? Yeah, I think that's what the bill says. Could they say within the jurisdiction? Yeah, I think they could. How in the world would you know if you're in the Meridian Metropolitan District or the South Metro Fire District? And to the folks who manage those districts, I don't mean to disparage you at all. I don't mean to suggest that you would do these things. But those are the districts that I'm familiar with. I live in those districts. And there aren't lines on the ground that tell you when you're in or not in. I live at this intersection of unincorporated and incorporated Douglas County, not in Lone Tree, next to Parker, outside of Parker, in the Meridian Metropolitan District, across the street you're not. And all of those layers of jurisdictions could have their own restrictions, their own prohibitions. So I did want to come back and revisit that, but specifically touch on reciprocity. If this bill becomes law and you have your concealed carry permit, I think, again, I can't give you legal advice. I'm not as smart as that man right there who has 2 law degrees. I'm not an attorney. But I think if this bill becomes law, you'd still have reciprocity with other states, but you wouldn't necessarily have reciprocity in your own. And that's wrong. We're talking about a constitutional right. And the current statewide preemption makes sense. I really respected the majority leader's speech the day after the tragic events in Boulder. I was impressed. I think I said that next morning. I spoke after him. You know, the person who committed that atrocity, I don't want to know his name. I'm certainly not going to mention his name. But one of the things that I learned, and maybe I've got it wrong, but I think the news have reported the person who did that, they didn't purchase their firearm in the city limits of Boulder. I'm not sure, but I think the person lived there but didn't purchase it there. And my good friend from Weld County, the former sheriff, talked about the 2013 slate of legislation. There are a lot of people who said, we've got to do something. So one of the bills put a restriction on magazine capacity, no more than 15 rounds, except for those who own magazines that hold more than 15 rounds. We were allowed to keep those. There wasn't confiscation involved, or except for military or law enforcement, active duty military and law enforcement, they can still buy 30-round magazines. You can find them in all the gun shops. Or if you buy a repair kit, because a magazine only has 4 parts, it's a box, plastic or metal, it's got a spring in it, a follower plate, you know, a base plate, 4 pieces. You can buy all 4 pieces and put them together. It takes, I don't know, 10 seconds. And sometimes media rediscovers that reality that's not changed at all since 2013, and it's somehow a sensational story. But now we could have a patchwork regarding that. We could have local jurisdictions saying 10 or 5. Or again, how much ammunition you can have in your possession if you're carrying concealed or going hunting. Or how much ammunition you might be able to keep in your private residence. Again, I ask for a no vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members, I will be relatively brief. I am passionate about the Second Amendment, but my good colleague, the senator not from Parker, I believe that's the way he prefers to be addressed. I just want to give you a little perspective on the people that I know that have concealed carry permits. As far as I'm concerned, and I've kind of checked this with people that I know and respect, but I do know a fair number of people in my part from El Paso County and around the state. Virtually everybody that I know who has a concealed carry permit, and I know them well enough, as far as I know, none of them have committed anything, a recent felony or misdemeanor that would prevent them from getting a concealed carry permit. And more importantly, when I'm around these people, whether they're carrying concealed carry or open carry, I am at ease and comfortable with them because I know they've gone through rigorous testing and a background check and just the way that they conduct themselves. Those are the people that I'm least worried about because they take care not only of themselves, but it gives me a degree of comfort that if a madman, mad woman, whomever it may be, may come into a jurisdiction, that they are prepared to deal with the situation. At least they're going to go down with a fighting chance. I am concerned, as been expounded upon by my other good colleagues, that the very people that we should feel the most comfortable with and to be surrounded by and be willing to associate with are going to inadvertently be ensnared, as well-meaning as the good senator from Boulder means, that they will be inadvertently ensnared in laws and jurisdictions that they're unfamiliar with, because they're used to carrying it from one county to the next, or from one jurisdiction to the next, because they themselves know that they're going to be safe whatever manner that they're carrying their firearms, because one, they know the law, they want to obey the law, and quite frankly, it's the last thing they want to do is inadvertently do something where they will lose their concealed carry permit, which would be devastating to a lot of people, because they've had them for years, they've gotten it renewed, they feel good about it, and I've been in the store, I'm sure, or at least in El Paso County, I can't speak for, where you see somebody that has open carry, and at first, your reaction is, oh my gosh, what are they going to do? But then you realize that they're comfortable in their surroundings, and they're not trying to be braggadocious or do anything that's stupid. They are just there conducting their business. They're safe, they're secure, and for those reasons and many others that have been expounded upon, I urge a no vote on this Senate Bill 256. And with that, I'll yield my time to the good senator who has at least one, if not two, law degrees.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, my colleague from El Paso County promised me before he stepped to the mic that he would be brief, and so now I know what brief is. I wasn't going to come down, but my friends kept talking to me, talking about me. I do have 2 law degrees. I had to struggle through law school 2 times to get each of them. And so when I read this bill, I struggled again. One of my favorite phrases from law school is, you just can't make this stuff up. And that's what I think about this bill. You just can't make this stuff up. You know how I referred to a bill on Friday, or I referred to an amendment. The good senator from Grand Junction was really pleased by this. I referred to an amendment as elegant. Elegant, which means it's graceful and beautiful, and you read it and it does things. Well, this bill is bizarre. You can look that up. It's bizarre. It's bizarre because it has a legislative declaration that seems to go with another bill. And then you turn around and you see stuff where it says, well, reversing very well settled law. I mean, it's even been to the appellate courts here in Colorado about state preemption. And it says, now it says, unless otherwise, unless otherwise expressly prohibited pursuant to state law. So unless state law does what state law is allowed to do, I guess we needed to put that in. I was always told when I got here that if you pass something after something else was passed, then the new thing would control. But I guess we needed a phrase that says, unless otherwise expressly prohibited pursuant to state law. There is one thing elegant here. You know, you can reverse the sense of a sentence and a law by just striking the word not. So today the law reads that a local government may not enact an ordinance, regulation, or other law that prohibits the sale, purchase, etc. of a firearm that a person may lawfully sell, purchase, or possess under state or federal law. Basically saying, you know, Colorado Springs, you can't prohibit further. Boulder, you can't prohibit further. Aurora, you can't prohibit further. If a person wants to know what it means to comply with the law, they need only look to the law of the state of Colorado, because Colorado can be more restrictive than federal law in this area, provided that they are constitutional. That's a big question after the Heller case. There's a lot to be said for a uniform state law concerning the possession of firearms. You know, some of the things that are bizarre about this law are we've added language that says the local ordinance, regulation, or other law may not impose a requirement on the sale, purchase, transfer, or possession of a firearm, ammunition, etc. That is less restrictive than state law. I would have never thunk that a municipality could do that anyway. I guess our home rule cities, I once said they would not be happy until they could raise their own armies and go to war with each other. And I guess maybe there's some concern about that, because how in the world could a municipality ever enact something that's less restrictive than state law? I mean, they could, but they don't nullify state law. The last I read, our municipalities are political subdivisions of the state, so they're subject to state law. Except here, where we're going to give them permission to be more restrictive. So, as I travel around Colorado, if I have a concealed carry permit and I start in Trinidad and I travel through Pueblo and I travel through Colorado Springs and I decide to go up Highway 36 to Boulder, I may be fully compliant with the law in some places and breaking the law in others. I mean, that's what this is really all about. Let's talk about, you know, I want to do this carefully, but let's talk about the facts that give rise to this bill in its own way, give impetus to it. It is the grocery store shooting in Boulder. And prior to that, a Court of Appeals case that said no, the legislature really meant what it said, and the state of Colorado is able to control its political subdivisions and what they pass. So, someone from Aurora, I think, takes a firearm with a magazine, which I understand, though I'm not privy to all of the facts of this, but I know what I read in the newspapers, might have had a magazine that violated Colorado law already. And that perpetrator takes that weapon to Boulder. Now, just assume for a moment arguendo. I learned that the first time in law school, that word, arguendo. That this had been the law. This had been the law on that day in Boulder. I'm just wondering whether someone who's willing to go ahead and get a 30-round magazine, put it together, buy it elsewhere, find it on the market, go to Cheyenne and buy it. I don't know. Not a hard thing to come by. And put it into a semi-automatic weapon. And assuming that was against the law in Boulder, I guess that perpetrator would say, oh, can't be doing this in Boulder, it's against the law. Better not go to Boulder. I'd be breaking the firearms laws in Boulder. I'm going to be dangerously honest here. I've received a good deal of email from my constituents about Senate Bill 256 in opposition to it. And I am opposed to it. I am opposed to it because it is just bad policy. Bad policy that somehow implies a promise that it will cure a problem that's a real one. And I think it's bad policy when we pass bills about very real problems and act as if they're going to solve them, when I believe anyone who's very thoughtful knows full well it's not going to solve them. It's just going to give everyone an opportunity to tell one's constituents that they passed a bill to deal with that. So the dangerously honest thing about this is, for my constituents who are opposed, I will be a no. But of all the things that are going to happen to your rights with firearms, I wouldn't lose a lot of sleep over this one. Except, of course, if you happen to stop at the gas station someday with your concealed carry permit and it's in Boulder and you see a robbery taking place there and the perpetrators are about to shoot the gas station attendant, and you pull your concealed weapon and you say, stop. And maybe they do stop. I don't know. But I believe you can count on, in Boulder, you'll be charged with a crime yourself. I think this bill is good for that. But I don't think it's very good for getting safer communities. Seems to me there are two problems with firearms violence. In other words, two distinct issues that need to be dealt with, and we don't do very well talking about those. One of them, my hometown newspaper, yesterday had a headline. They'd done a whole study. And it turns out, you ready for this? This is shocking news. Turns out that overwhelmingly the mass shootings in Colorado have been committed by young, white males with behavioral health problems. All right, that's one problem. Now, I have to tell you, I don't remember how many years ago, 2, 3, 4, after one of the latest round, I mean, it's sad you kind of lose which one it was. The governor, now the junior senator from Colorado, said, we want to do something about gun violence, and I got a call. You get more calls when you're the majority. Got a call from the governor's office about would I get on board with doing something about firearms and violence, and I said, yes, if you'll lead with behavioral health, because your problem is one of young, by the way, I was prescient, I could have written the newspaper article. Young white males with behavioral health issues. Now, you could say, well, I want to deal with this by stopping the access to firearms. There's, by most counts, 300 million and 300 some million of us. I guess when the census finally gets finalized, we'll know. And there's 300 million and some odd guns in this country. It's, you know, I talk about saying dangerous things. It's part of who we are. You may not want it to be who we are, and you may not like to think of it that way, or you might. When I was a 16-year-old kid, I went to school with a shotgun in the trunk of my car. I didn't put it in the back seat because I didn't want it stolen. Used to be able to do that when my father went to school. You could leave it in the back of your car open and nobody would steal it. And then at the end of the day, in between sports seasons, had to be in between season, you could hop in the car with your friends and you could go hunting. And that's what we did, and nobody thought anything about it. I'm sure that if you had a gun in the high school parking lot in my hometown in rural South Texas today, you'd probably be expelled. I don't know. But this is how times have changed. Now, the one problem, mass shootings. Now, here's an interesting thing about this. In terms of, they're always tragic and they're always unspeakable, horrific. But in terms of percentages of deaths by firearms in this country, minuscule. Not okay or anything. I'm not making that argument. I'm not saying we don't need to deal with them, because no one wants to send their child to school and not know that they're safe. We need to know that. But in terms of raw numbers and the firearms in issues in America, that ain't them. The numbers of deaths on the street with illegal firearms is astronomical in proportion. Now, oddly enough, and I'm not arguing for this, but oddly enough, it seems to me that if one were serious about, if one believed what I think the proponents may believe, can't be certain, and one were serious about it, I think you'd be carrying a bill to do something statewide. Although that might be the third rail. It turned out to be the third rail for a couple of senators at one time. And I think ought to have that discussion. We ought to have that discussion. I don't mean a bill. We ought to have the discussion. Because I would say, almost first words out of my mouth is, if you want to get serious about firearms in America and in Colorado, then you'll get serious about the prosecution of firearms offenses, possession of firearms by felons with mandatory minimums. I even said down here previously, it's the only thing the Clinton administration did that made sense with respect to firearms. But, you know, this bill will create a great opportunity. We passed a bill over my no vote about safe storage of firearms, and it's got a $25 penalty. I guess Boulder can raise that to $250 or $1,000, whatever the jurisdiction of the municipal court is. And if there's the ability of the municipal court jurisdiction-wise to jail you, I suppose they can, because you didn't lock your firearm up. Or you didn't report it. I guess it's reporting that's the $25 penalty. It all runs together. Because it all fails to address the problem. My real issue, come back around to what I say to my constituents, is my real issue with Senate Bill 256 is it doesn't do anything about the problem. Because the problem isn't law-abiding citizens who say, well, I don't want to break the law in Boulder, I need to be careful about that. Or the law-abiding citizen who says, well, I'm going to mind my P's and Q's when I drive through Boulder because I don't want to get pulled over and get in trouble for concealed carry when someone sees a bulge under my shoulder or something. That's not the problem. The problem is people who already have no regard for the law. The problem is firearms possessed by those committing other crimes, and I suppose there's even a third problem. There may be others. It's talking about problems that come to mind. The other is firearms in the home, which the Safe Storage Bill is directed at, but I think will have little or no effect on that problem. Firearms in domestic violence situations. So I think the Heller decision is going to make it just about impossible for any municipality to prohibit the ownership of a firearm in one's home. The reason to vote no on Senate Bill 256, in my estimation, is not because it really does very much, because it doesn't in a lot of ways. Although if it passes law, I mean, the newspaper industry will be doing good up and down the Front Range and all over, because every special district with a person who thinks that the solution to firearm violence in America is the prohibition of firearms will try to prohibit firearms in the Metro District, specific areas, which, by the way, I'm not sure they can't prohibit those in their rec building already. I'm not sure that lots of these things can't and aren't being done already. So this bill's not elegant, it's bizarre. But sometimes the bizarre makes you feel good. If you want to do something, then let's have a serious discussion. If you want to feel good, I guess vote yes on 256. But if you want to have a serious discussion, let's vote no and have a serious discussion. Thank you.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's great to be with you. I was planning on giving my greatest speech of my 11-year career, but since half the room is missing, I'm not going to reach for that challenge. But I will do my best. Thank you. In the back.
Well, you can save it for another time, Senator.
Some people are missing. You know, I'm trying to understand what this bill is going to do. And frankly, I can't see where it is going to accomplish anything. I understand local control and all that. Matter of fact, a little town in my community has a town ordinance that every home must have a gun. Ironically, the home break-ins and burglaries are not at a high rate. You know, I've often said this, but for those of you who do not remember, a gun, like any other source of power, can be used for good, it can be used for evil. It is neither in itself, it is totally dependent on who possesses it. I know I'm getting to you because everybody's looking down. Thanks, appreciate that. Concealed carry is not a big issue in my district. Probably if you carry of the 35 districts, it's not a high number. Simple fact is, most of the people in my district have more faith in 12 jurors than they do 6 pallbearers. You know, it's a situation. My nephew is a bank president in Montrose. He was in a holdup of the bank. Thankfully, no shots were fired. And frankly, that case has never been solved. But the problem is not the concealed carry person. If you check crimes, you'll find very few crimes committed by people with a concealed carry permit. Now, if you want to step out the ground floor here on the Colfax, I actually have friends that are on the gang task force here. Many times, they will arrest the same person 3 times in 1 week with a stolen weapon. Why aren't we taking care of those? Vast majority of crimes are committed with stolen weapons. It's not the guy with the concealed carry that walks in and says, I have a pistol in my pocket, I'm holding you up. Please give me your money. That's not happening. This bill is doing absolutely nothing for public safety and taking guns off the street. If we want to take guns off the street, reduce crime, and save lives, I'm all in. I'll be the first one to sign on to the bill. But that is not what this bill is doing. It is limiting the constitutional rights of a law-abiding citizen. And if you choose to break the law, you don't care. You're going to do it anyway. Tell me, what are we trying to accomplish with this bill? Please answer that question for me.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 256. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The, the ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1142?
House Bill 1142 by Representative Bacon and Senator Gonzalez concerning measures related to eyewitness identification techniques and the connections therewith, requiring reporting data related to eyewitness techniques and regulating the use of show-up identifications.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1142 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Judiciary Committee, we ran a number of amendments in order to clarify the application of the bill. We also did run a conceptual amendment, and here momentarily I will have an amendment to correct a technical aspect of said conceptual amendment. But with that, Mr. Chair, I move the committee report and ask that it be adopted.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, is there any opposition to the committee report? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 11?
Amendment L011.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L11 to House Bill 1142.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the conceptual amendment that we ran, there was a grammatical error that we wanted to correct, to strike the word were and substitute the words must be. However, in the committee report, those were written in lowercase as opposed to capital case, and this is a technical amendment to correct the capitalization of that conceptual amendment. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on Amendment 11? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of Amendment 11. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, that Amendment 11 is adopted. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I just want to appreciate the work of Charles Battle II, his mother Sharon Battle, the organization Together Colorado, who went and conducted dozens of meetings with people involved in the law enforcement spectrum across the attorney community and with community activists as well. This organization, in working on this legislation, garnered well over 180 faith leaders to sign a letter of support in adoption of House Bill 1142. And y'all, this bill came out unanimously from the Senate Judiciary Committee, a testament to the work and perseverance of the Battle family and Together Colorado. Colleagues, I ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1142.
Is there any discussion on House Bill 1142? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of House Bill 1142. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and 1142 is adopted. I don't have the phone.
Oh, okay.
That's good. You got it.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will rise and report.
I don't know. Apparently the law does.
Cool. We should just do that. Yeah, we should just do that in order to. Yeah. Canada? No? Rise report.
Senator Gonzalez. The Senate will come to order. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Mr. Pineda, will you please read the report?
Madam President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report as having in consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 256 as amended, passed on second reading, order, engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1142 as amended, passed on second reading, order, revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bills 174, 87, 200, 261 laid over until May 18th and retaining their place on the calendar. Senate Bill 262 laid over until May 19th and retaining its place on the calendar.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 21-256 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1142 as amended, passed on second reading and order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 174, 87, 200, 261 laid over until 5/18/2021 and retaining their place on the calendar. Senate Bill 262 laid over until 5/19/2021 and retaining its place on the calendar. Consideration of resolutions. Majority Leader Finberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Joint Resolution 21 lay over until May 24th.
The motion is that Senate Joint Resolution 21 lay over until the 24th. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. And that Senate Joint Resolution will lay over. Majority Leader Finberg.
Hi, Madam President.
Consideration of governor's appointments. Okay. Will the clerk please read all the appointments listed on the consent calendar?
Member of the Pinnacle Assurance Board of Directors, effective January 1st, 2021, for term expiring January 1st, 2026, Barbara Melman Davis, Denver, Colorado, serves as a representative with experience in finance or investments, but not an employer whose liability insurance is insured by Pinnacle, reappointed. Members of the Solid and Hazardous Waste Commission for terms expiring August 1st, 2022, Matthew Crisp of Sterling, Colorado, serve as a representative of the government community and as an unaffiliated occasioned by the resignation of Stephen Gillette of Berthoud, Colorado, appointed for terms expiring August 1st, 2023. Charlie Adams, Lakewood, Colorado, serve as a member of the regulated industry as an unaffiliated, reappointed. Andrea Trujillo Guajardo of Lakewood, Colorado, serves as representative of the public at large and as a Democrat, appointed for term expiring August 1st, 2023. Mark Keys of Severance, Colorado, to serve as a member of the regulated industry and as a Democrat, appointed.
Majority Leader Finberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the confirmation of all the appointments listed on the consent calendar, which includes members of the Pinnacle Assurance Board of Directors and members of the Solid and Hazardous Waste Commission.
Is there any discussion on any of the appointments on the consent calendar? The motion is the confirmation of all the appointments on the consent calendar. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, those appointments are confirmed. Message from the House.
May 17th, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted advisory statutes, House Bills 1305, 1298, 1299, amends the printed House Journal May 14th. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bill 11.
Message from the Governor.
Friday, May 14th, Colorado Senate. Honorable members of the Colorado Senate, pursuant to the authority vested in the office of the Governor of the Board of the State of Colorado, I have the honor to inform you that I approved and filed with the Secretary of State the following act. Senate Bill 135 prohibits certain animals and traveling animal act, approved on Friday, May 14th at 9:35 a.m. Sincerely, Jerry Post, Governor.
Assigning of bills.
May 17th, the President has signed Senate Bills 15, 30, 58, 64, and 77.
Would the Capitol Choir please assemble themselves in the well? And perhaps before he knows it, oh, he's on to us. We can celebrate Senator Sonnenberg's birthday. Choir, who's in charge?
Happy birthday to the guy on the TV screen. Happy birthday to the guy on the TV screen. Happy birthday, dear Senator Sonnenberg. Happy birthday to you. And we do mean you.
Thank you.
Announcements. Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President, I used up my credit already, so I'll pay again, Madam President. I gave the good senator from Weld County some of my credits the other day, but I don't mind paying it. I'm just so excited that actually one can participate in the chambers while incarceration. Madam President, I want to take a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. I want to tell you a little story about grit and determination. Now, I realize I may be stealing a little bit of thunder from my good friend from Carbondale, but I actually happen to have a friend. His father is a friend of mine. He's part of my Saturday morning coffee board meeting. That's spelled B-O-R-E-D. But Todd Casebeer, coach at Rifle High School, just his first season in Rifle. I think he actually coached in Castle Rock in the fall session, but he's in the spring session. And the Rifle Bulldogs played the Classical Academy for the state championship in Pueblo last Saturday. Now, let me tell you about grit and determination by these young rural athletes. They are down 20 to 13 at half. So they open the second half with an onside kick and recover. Used up 10 minutes on the drive. Classical Academy had a great running back. The best way to slow a great running back out is have your running back on the field. So, grit and determination. I think they did something else that is truly amazing to me. On fourth down, they went for fourth down 7 times. 7 times. And they were successful 7 times. They also scored a 2-point conversion. Had the lead. The Academy scores, and they've got the ball again. And a young man ripped the ball away for an interception. And Rifle Bears won the state championship 35-34. So congratulations to my friend Todd Casepier and his staff. One of his staff members, a friend of mine, Tom West, has coached for 46 years. His first state championship. So congratulations to Rifle.
Senator Bridges, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Speaking of football, we happen to have a member of a World Championship Broncos team here with us in the chambers today. Place kicker Brendan McManus in the back here. Thank you for joining us. And also a member of a future World Championship team this coming season. So go Broncos.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. This is just a regular old announcement to let folks know that on tomorrow's calendar, we are going to lay over Senate Bill 1162 to be recalendared for a further date. I just wanted to make that announcement. I will make it again tomorrow. Thank you.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Finance will be meeting at 2:15 this afternoon.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee, we will be meeting in 15 minutes. So let's say 2:15. And we have 2 bills for consideration, House Bill 1258 and then also 1232. So see you at 2:15.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam President, and I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. As long as we are being proud about our athletic adventures, I wanted to tell you how great the schools are in Senate District 1 with regard to volleyball. I have 3 state champions and 3 runner-ups, all from Senate District 1. In Class A, Merino Rams ended up the state champions, and they defeated Fleming Wildcats. Those are both in my Senate district. In 2A, Wiggins defeated Sedgeco, which is Ovid and Julesburg in Sedgwick County. Those are both in my district. And then in 3A, Eaton was the state champs and defeated Sterling. So I'm kind of proud of the volleyball teams in northeastern Colorado and Senate District 1. And I wasn't going to say anything, but when we started talking about athletics, by golly, after going to graduations all weekend, I felt compelled to brag on my schools in my district. So thank you, Madam President.
How many people think 2 Jerrys is too many Jerrys even on his birthday? Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a quick announcement and reminder. Get your committees wrapped up by 8 o'clock because the Colorado Avalanche start their quest for the Stanley Cup at 8 o'clock on Altitude and NBCSN. Go Avs!
Further announcements. Majority Leader Finberg.
Thank you, Madam President. We do have a few House bills to read across. You do not need to be here for it. Madam President, I move the Senate recess until 3 p.m. today.
You have heard the motion to stand in recess until 1500 today. Seeing no objection, we stand in recess.